I call to order this regular meeting of the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board. Today is March 5th, and the time is 6 p.m. Welcome to everyone. Vice President Lindsay, could you please lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will have a roll call of the board members, starting from my far right, please.
Karen Werner.
Amy Carney.
Julie Sanowski.
Zach Lindsay.
And Libby Hartwells. All 5 board members are present. We have a quorum, and we will proceed with our district business. I have received no requests for amendments of the agenda, so I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That motion passes 5-0. The agenda is approved as presented. All right. We are moving on now to our meeting decorum, which is actually in your packet. I will read that for you. So we'd like to remind those that are with us this evening of our meeting decorum. Citizens attending and/or participating in the Scottsdale Unified School District meetings, either in person, virtually, or telephonically, are required to observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to members of the governing board and staff. Unauthorized remarks or demonstrations from members of the audience, yells, outbursts, and/or other disruptions are not permitted. We would like to invite Dr. Menzel to please present the staff and student recognitions, please.
Well, good evening, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, and members of the governing board. We're so pleased to be able to introduce you each month to a few of the many people and programs that make Scottsdale Unified School District what it is: a legacy district, high excelling, world-class, future-focused. Tonight, we have invited 3 people who represent SUSD's finest. 2 of the individuals you will recognize. The third is here for the first time. I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, Dr. Melissa Sackos, to the podium to get us started this evening.
Good evening, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. As you well know, at SUSD, we are deeply invested in providing our students with many opportunities to learn and to expand that knowledge in ways that support their interests, in ways that are meaningful to them and in their community. That said, our first celebration tonight is of a student who has taken her interest to Washington, D.C. several times, and she's from Arcadia High School, and she is certainly an inspiration to me and many others. I would like to welcome Gabby Nakai. Will you please join me at the podium? And any of administration or teachers from Arcadia High School that's here to support her tonight. Principal Dansky, thank you. The Coca-Cola Company's Coca-Cola Scholarship Program is the largest corporate-sponsored achievement-based scholarship program in the United States. Since its inception 36 years ago, it has provided more than 6,900 scholarships amounting to more than $84 million to graduating high school seniors nationwide. We are so proud that Gabby is one of just 150 seniors nationwide to be named a 2024 Coca-Cola Scholar. During her high school career at Arcadia, Gabby honed leadership skills developed in student government and peer tutoring to advocate in Washington and around the country on the behalf of Native American youth. During the pandemic, when food insecurity became an issue for family members living on the Navajo reservation, Gabby jumped right in. Her leadership, service to Arcadia community, and her Native roots and academic achievement has propelled her into an elite level of youth change agents. We can only imagine how she blew away the Coca-Cola interviewing committee with her passion for service. Well, it has been Arizona up until now. We sure feel like Gabby will become a force in the national stage very soon. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Now tell us what your plans are for next year.
Next year I'll be studying sustainability at Stanford University as a Cameron Impact Scholar, which was a full tuition scholarship from Mr. Brian Cameron. So I'm really excited about that.
Congratulations to Gabby, Arcadia High School leadership team, and her family. And please accept yet another SUSD Challenge coin. How many is this now?
3.
3, lucky 3, in recognition for your outstanding leadership and advocacy for Native Americans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Jackson Washburn to join me, as well as his support team from Chaparral High School. And I do believe I saw Ms. Bird and his art teacher. All right. Jackson is a junior at Chaparral High School. When he's not learning in his AP U.S. History, AP Literature and Composition, trigonometry, pre-calculus honors, or honors physics classes, he's got a little bit of time. And you're going to find him in one of Carson Bilger's advanced art classes. There, he is perfecting many artistic talents. Jackson first came to our attention when he developed a coloring book about Chaparral's Crisis K-9 rocket. So when our communications team decided it wanted to produce an SUSD coloring book, it did not need to look much further than Jackson. The Grow with SUSD coloring book, and all of you have them on your chair. For the camera. Gotta get good video footage here. This book is hot off the press. And so it is being used in our early childhood learning and kindergarten roundup events and upcoming enrollment events. The book takes families on a visual and colorful, once it's filled in, tour of the incredible education experiences that are available to all SUSD students from preschool to high school. As any good commissioned artist does, Jackson listened to his customer and developed a unique way to inform families about the well-rounded programs and opportunities to enrich SUSD students' educational experiences and that prepare them for the future. So, Jackson, congratulations on your work. And before I give you one of these coveted challenge coins, and before I let you say a few words, you first have to
sign it.
give me an autograph.
Thank you.
All right. There it is, everyone. And you're welcome to say a few words about your artistic work.
Well, I wanted to thank you first, but I thought I kind of have a funny story to tell about when I first kind of met Officer Lines about the rocket coloring book. So last year I was in Mr. Bilger's sophomore drawing and painting 2 class, and I was doing a digital art assignment. And Officer Lines came in with Rocket, and like naturally I was like, oh my God, a dog. And I was so excited. And he walked over to me and he started talking to me, and I was like, oh crud, what did I do now? I was like, because that's where my mind went. And then he asked me, well, he first complimented me on my work, and then he asked me if I wanted to do the rocket coloring book. And I've done art since I was super little, so like this was just, I've been at SUSD since I was 5 or 6. So like this was so much fun for me to do. But yeah.
So Grow with SUSD is the second work of our amazing Jackson Washburn. So with that, now I can offer you and share with you a challenge coin for your excellence and everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson, for being willing to do this. I haven't seen a coloring book like this as a marketing tool that also showcases the talent of our students anywhere. So I'm truly grateful for your willingness to do it, and I think this will be a legacy piece for us. So thank you. Our final celebration is one of our elementary principals, and I'd like to invite Margaret Cerna, Executive Director of SUSD Elementary Education, to serve as the MC for this recognition. Margaret.
Good evening, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel and Mrs. Wagner. I would like to invite my colleague and my good friend, Pueblo Elementary Principal Shelley Humman, to join me at the podium. Otherwise known as Principal Barbie. Okay, this week, the week of March 3rd through the 9th, is National School Social Worker Week, during which school social workers nationwide are recognized for the key roles they play in the success of every school in which they are a part of. In SUSD, we are fortunate to have social workers on most of our campuses. In collaboration with administrators, teachers, and staff, social workers are part of each school's team and are dedicated to helping increase student academic success, improve attendance, and helping students and their families. Shelley's strong advocacy on behalf of Pueblo students and families and her collaborative work with her staff to support not only students' academic needs, but also their social and emotional needs is second to none. Therefore, it isn't a wonder that she is recognized as last week's School Social Worker Association of Arizona's conference as its 2024 Public Educator of the Year. We could not agree more. On behalf of SUSD, please accept this challenge recognition coin and our deepest appreciation and gratitude for the exemplary work you do every day at Pueblo Elementary School to ensure a positive outcome for your students. And Shelley, it's a pleasure working with you. So thank you, Dr. Menzel. Back to you.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you to my little cheering staff back there from Pueblo, including my social worker. This was a big honor because maybe a little known fact is education is not my first career. I was actually in the social services career before this and worked for the likes of interned at DCS, worked on a 24-hour child abuse hotline, worked with domestic violence victims, and finally worked with victims of major crimes at the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. So this is a passion for me, and really just making connections with every student based on our Hanover data from many years of trends, looking at that and trying to make sure that every student at Pueblo knows that they have a trusted adult, at least one that they can come to every day. And thank you to my staff for making that happen. Thank you very much.
You might need to build a bigger trophy case, though, Principal Humman. So congratulations on the well-earned and deserved recognition. And again, a special thank you to our social workers as we recognize the important role that you play in supporting our students. There are two more celebrations to share this evening. First, I want to just mention that we have 19 members of the class of 2024 who are finalists in the annual National Merit Scholarship Corporation Scholarship. You will recognize some of the names that appear, and you'll come to know others among them, as some are already 2024 Charo's Students of the Year. The first of 4 National Merit Scholarship announcements will come next month, and as you know, we love to celebrate those when they're announced, but we wanted to bring to your attention the 19 that are finalists this year. Lastly, on behalf of the district, I want to congratulate our stellar communications department, which is the recipient again this year of multiple honors from the statewide organization representing its peers, the Arizona School Public Relations Association. So you can see on the screen the number of awards that have been given, including the Identity Image Package, because kids, it is the reason why we do what we do, but telling our story is something that our communications department excels at, and they've been recognized by public relations peers across the state for the quality of work that they do. So I want to tip my hat to Communications and Marketing Director Christine Harrington and the entire communications team for the many ways in which they work to tell our story. With that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. So that was rolled your comments, Superintendent? You have one more? All right,
So
we're going to
that
turn
was
it
the
back to Dr.
successes and
Menzel.
celebrations. I do have a couple of two other things to mention in my report, but I did want to be brief tonight given the other important topics that we have. The first thing that I want to do is express appreciation for our staff at Scottsdale Unified School District. Some of you know that this past week, we saw that there was a survey of 3,000 parents across the nation talking about the most envied districts in the country. And while some might argue about the methodology and is it truly scientific, I'll say this, that when your brand recognition is so strong that you are the number 10 most envied district in the country out of 250, and the top in Arizona, and the next closest is at number 101 from Arizona, it represents the quality of work done by our teachers, by our principals, by our support staff, by everyone in the community who cares about the education of our children. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to our team here at Scottsdale Unified for the amazing work you do every day on behalf of our kids and for the fact that the brand is recognized because of the work that you do. I also wanted to point out, this afternoon I was on a Zoom meeting. It was a part of our GupUmet group where we had an opportunity to have a conversation with Senator Ken Bennett. And there were two topics in particular that were important in that conversation. The first is he's got a legislative proposal around modifying Title 15, which is about this thick. And so he has an objective to streamline some of that. So he provided an update for our group. The other, which is very important from a financial perspective, is the renewal extension of Prop 123. And so as that legislative process continues, we'll provide updates to the community. But I wanted to note that we had a chance to speak with him this afternoon, and I appreciate the open door that he has so that he can hear from people in the field.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. We appreciate your advocacy for public education in Arizona. All right, we are going to move to our public comments. First, we have 2 minutes. Each speaker will get 2 minutes. But first, I'd like to remind folks, in compliance with open meeting laws, the governing board may not discuss or take action on any matters raised during public comment that are not on the agenda. However, the governing board members may respond to direct criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or that a matter be placed on a future agenda. And as a reminder, each speaker has 2 minutes. Our screen is going to indicate the time. Please be prepared to close your comments and relinquish the floor at the conclusion of your time. The board asks that each speaker please introduce yourself by stating your name and whether you live in the district or not, just to clarify for the record, please. We thank you for your time and your attendance here this evening and your cooperation in following the meeting decorum and processes. So I'm going to read the name of the speaker. If you could please come up. I will also read the name of who is on deck. Okay, so you can be prepared. And our first speaker this evening is Ms. Angela Lucero, followed by Randy Sales.
Good evening. My name is Angela Lucero, and I'm here tonight to speak as a veteran teacher who has been in the district for 14 years. The horizontal movements represent your education and degrees, but what truly does the vertical steps equate to? Experience, years of service in SUSD, if you get lucky to move a step because there was extra money found. Since the district has made 2 different salary schedules, one for certified and one for certified new hires, it has greatly increased the salary for new hires, but the rest of us have continued to stay the same for years. It seems confusing why we have 2. I am only $4,000 difference from a new hire, but I have 14 years of experience in SUSD. It is a tough pill to swallow for those of us who have worked hard year after year versus someone who is just starting out. I was part of the pay freeze that took place and have very little movement since then to continue to put myself in a fair and good position when it comes to compensation. I know one of the goals is to attract and retain quality teachers. However, it really should be to retain and attract quality teachers. And the district should be putting all of their efforts into keeping their dedicated teachers before providing eye-catching numbers to new hires. What incentives does the district have to motivate teachers to want to continue to stay in SUSD with limited, if any, pay increases? Would you continue to work a job that is essentially multiple jobs into one with more students every year year, more expectations, more outside of school requirements without being compensated for it. There used to be incentive programs for teachers to earn additional compensation, but those seem to have gone away. 1% to the base salary just keeps making it more difficult for staff to actually move up as we stay the same with a very small adjustment to the numbers. The 1% also adjusts across all salaries, making those with higher salaries earn more and those with less earn less. The $1,000 one-time payout sounds like a large amount, but once taxed, it is significantly less. Why wait until October to pay it? We already wait for our pay for performance money until the fall. I know this is a large part due to the state budget, but I truly believe there are a lot of things SUSD could be doing differently to really show their employees that they are invested in them instead of vendors. Combine the 1% and the $1,000 payout and offer teachers a step vertically. If that is not doable, please consider increasing the percentage amount, especially since I believe I heard that 2% was given from the state. With inflation increases, insurance increases, and child increases, it is now more important than ever to also increase salaries. Thank you for your commitment to us USD employees.
Thank you. Next up, Randy Sales. I apologize if I mispronounce your last name. And next up would be Jeff Rattay.
Good evening. My name is Randy Sales, and I've been an employee of the district for 8 years. I teach at Arcadia, and I cannot overstate, I love my principal, my school, my colleagues, and my students. As a transplanted teacher from New York, I know firsthand how educators are treated elsewhere. The disparity in how teachers are treated here, especially with pay, is seismic. As a seasoned teacher with multiple degrees, I am disheartened with the SUSD salary schedule. I have seen negligible salary changes. I'm not convinced the current setup benefits or inspires experienced teachers. Veteran teachers' pay is basically stagnant because inflation is real. I am appreciative of the district's offer of $1,000 and a 1% change to the base salary, but who really gets the gain? With the 1% base change, someone who makes $87,000 is getting a heck of a lot more reward in their base in contrast to teachers that earn much less. The $1,000 payout, once taxed, doesn't even afford me the means to visit my out-of-state family, but I can maybe buy some extra groceries. 150 students a day, daily lunchtime working with kids, weekly Sunday nights grading, no secretary to assist me with everything I do. We do it because kids, but at what point do we properly compensate because teachers? I invite anyone to spend a week or even a day in my shoes, do what I do, and I'm confident the experience will yield. Our teachers deserve more than a 1% raise. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Rattay, and then next up would be Patricia Pellet.
At the last board meeting, Board Member Werner asked Dr. Menzel to explain who are paid and unpaid coaches. The paid coaches' positions are listed in the governing board's personnel policies and procedures manual, along with the duties and responsibilities. After I was rehired by the Kokopo principal for the paid flag football position, Dr. Menzel's office changed my status from paid to volunteer. This was retribution for exposing the corruption in his office through months of documentation provided to board members. Then I found out my $2,000 coaching stipend was given to a close personal friend of board member Sanowski for hanging out at my practices and games. Recall the Menzel National scandal that came to a head at a board meeting. The TV cameras were rolling outside the building. Our two representatives want Menzel out. Senator Kavanaugh wants Menzel out. The state superintendent wants Menzel out. What actually happened was the Scottsdale Education Association, which is merely an arm of the Democratic Party, had conducted secret meetings to send people to the board meeting and provide glowing testimonials about Dr. Menzel. What a great guy. I was in the back of the room. There was a teacher sitting next to me. She said there are so many employees that want to testify against Dr. Menzel, but are afraid he will retaliate against them. Well, I am certainly a living example of that. Dr. Hartwells, this is my 8th appearance in front of this board. Here is a Sanowski quote. While I do not typically reply to opinions in print publications or on social media and prefer instead to have face-to-face discussions that lead to solving real problems, she scheduled 2 meetings with myself and Dr. Menzel, then canceled both at the last minute. My legal advisor said she was stalling for the 1-year statute of limitations to sue the board had passed. It is time for you to authorize your lawyer, to propose a reasonable settlement.
Ms. Patricia Pellet, and on deck, Mr. Bangert.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Patricia. I'm a mother of a student in SUSD. On 2/25, I was asked to attend the school board retreat on 2/26. I asked what retreat, as it wasn't on the SUSD calendar. I was sent a link to the post and a link to the empty agenda. I listened to the posted SUSD retreat audio on YouTube. I was stunned. Nick Buzon, the SUSD lawyer, had drafted up this board docs and shared agreement with Dr. Menzel and failed to post it on the agenda. This is an open meeting law violation according to ARS 38-431.09. Board member Werner actually called it out and warned everybody they shouldn't proceed or they'd be in violation of the open meeting law. However, they decided to proceed anyways. What was more shocking is how the purpose of this document was to silence board members Amy Carney and board member Karen Werner. It is my understanding SUSD yet again is under investigation for another open meeting law violation. I encourage everybody to go on YouTube and to start listening to this SUSD retreat starting at 1 hour and 10 minutes. Pretty shocking meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Mike Bangert, and then our last speaker, Amy Hegeman. Amy Hegeman.
My name is Mike Bengard. I'm a grandparent in the district. SUSD claims that students are engaged in world-class, future-focused learning. The district boasts of outperforming the state average on all assessments. But let's look beyond the marketing spin. As we heard from Yavapai teachers last month, there are fourth graders who can't count to 100, nor can they add two-digit numbers. Based on 2023 test scores, 876 eighth graders were not proficient in math, 760 eighth graders, students were not proficient in ELA, and another 909 were not proficient in science, an average of over 51% who are not proficient in core academic subjects. Despite these high rates of failure, SUSD graduates over 99% of all students. That's approximately 900 eighth graders who graduate even though they are not proficient in either math, science, or ELA. SUSD graduates over 92% of high schoolers, even though 870 11th graders students are not proficient in math, and 1,450 are not proficient in science, and 715 are not proficient in ELA. That means on average over 52% are not proficient in either math, science, or ELA. Dr. Menzel, your social media accounts boast that you are committed to social justice and equity. What about academics? It's time for the district to take a serious look at what is contributing to the dismal academic performance by our kids. Under your leadership, classroom time has been interrupted with DEI, SEL, MTSS, and culturally responsive lessons. Libraries have been filled with books about gender identity, sexuality, and privilege. Clubs have promoted secret sexual lessons to students. Counselors are hiding mental health information from parents. And now the numbers do not lie. Your DEI plan isn't working. Governing board members, as stewards of our tax dollars and the ultimate decision makers about SUSD curriculum, parents beg you to stop delegating decisions to a failing superintendent and to take back ownership of our district's mission, vision, and direction. Parents, you hold the power to elect school board members who value academics. Please choose wisely this November. Our kids are counting on you.
Miss Amy Hegeman, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Hegeman, and I'm from out of district. And I have open enrolled my 3 children into SUSD, specifically for the Mandarin DLI program at Desert Canyon. I want to thank President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, the board, and Dr. Menzel for your support of the Mandarin DLI program. The Mandarin DLI program is a key differentiator of Desert Canyon Elementary and an integral part of being named an A+ School of Excellence. It draws from many dedicated families from out of district, such as our family. And as companies such as Taiwan Semiconductors and other move into the North Phoenix, North Scottsdale area, demographics are shifting in our favor. As you review the budget, I would ask that you keep in mind the needs of specialty programs such as this, the difficulty of staffing Mandarin teachers mid-year, and the value the program brings to the district as a whole. I appreciate your continued support, full funding, and full staffing of our program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is the end of our public comments. Do any of the board members wish to respond to direct criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be placed on a future agenda? Ms. Sinowski.
Thank you, President Dr. Hartwells. I'd like to ask Dr. Menzel to meet with Mr. Rattay and to clarify the facts of his findings. Thank you.
Any other board members? Ms. Warner.
Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Menzel, we really do need to have a conversation around what is going on with our staff. We have courageous staff coming forward again today, and clearly there is a problem, and I'd like it addressed. Thank you.
Any other board member? Thank you. All right, we are going to move to our information discussion items. Item 6A is the Avid update and a proposed budget for the school year 2024 to 2025. And Dr. Menzel is going to lead that discussion.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hartwells. We did have a request by governing board members to have an update on the AVID program, and I'd like to invite Dr. Janelle Dansky and others who are going to present this evening. Dr. Dansky's dissertation was on AVID, so she is intimately acquainted with the research behind the program and has been a champion as she's taken the helm at Arcadia, but we have many other schools that have been participating in this program. And so I'll turn it over to you to outline the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, board members, Superintendent Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. Tonight, we are here to provide an update on the implementation of the AVID program in our member schools. As you know, AVID is designed to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for college and career through school-wide implementation of best teaching practices that give students the skills to access rigorous instruction. Through the focus on writing to learn, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading to learn, we help students build the skills and attributes they need to be successful in our skills and in our schools and post-graduation. To address the question posed by the board regarding measuring effectiveness of the program, I provided a brief of a study that examined AVID and non-AVID comparison schools with findings that support AVID as an effective reform model, and reports results gained by the study schools on the hard data we are tracking to measure our own program effectiveness. As a school-wide reform model in place for over 40 years, AVID is shown to increase state test scores, school ratings, attendance, grades, enrollment in advanced coursework, college and post-secondary enrollment rates, and more. While these changes typically take 3 to 5 years to see results, we are starting to see early results in SUSD AVID member schools that will be detailed in this presentation. At this time, I would like to introduce my colleague and our AVID District Coordinator, Jessica Wingett.
Thank you, Dr. Dansky. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Hartwells, board members, Superintendent Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. In alignment with SUSD's Strategic Plan Goal 5, Optimizing Resources, and Goal 1, Academic Achievement, beginning in the school year 24-25, we will be focusing AVID implementation in those learning communities that offer a pathway for AVID students. In the Arcadia Learning Complex, the AVID pathway would move from Tavon to Ingleside and Echo Canyon, and then to Arcadia High School. In the Coronado Learning Complex, this pathway would move from Hohokam to Tonalea. And although Coronado isn't an AVID campus, they do offer the Gear Up program, which shares AVID's goal of increasing student readiness for enrollment in post-secondary education. The strong academic preparation that Tonalea students receive through AVID would support their academic success in rigorous courses at Coronado and encourage enrollment in the early college course offerings. And the post-secondary opportunity knowledge that AVID provides Tonalea students would motivate them to take full advantage of the high school college planning resources offered through Gear Up. When a campus, oh no, there it is. Technology. When a campus adopts the AVID College and Career Readiness Framework, they use the AVID CCI, the coaching and certification instrument, to rate their implementation progress. Final CCI ratings are submitted to AVID Center at the end of the year, and are used by sites to set implementation goals in the following year. Sites cross-reference CCI ratings with summative performance data to determine strengths and areas for growth in order to continually improve student academic growth. Hohokam, for example, on the focus note-taking indicator, rated as emerging level at the end of last year. This is a typical rating for their stage of implementation. In the fall of this year, they set a goal to move from emerging to sustaining on the focus note-taking indicator by the end of this year. Tavan, as a new site, plans to move from non-implementing to implementing on that indicator, which is also a typical goal for year one. At the secondary level, sites monitor both school-wide CCR implementation and AVID elective implementation. Tonalea adopted the AVID CCR framework when they were a K-8 campus. 2 years ago, they reorganized into a middle school campus and brought in a new principal. They rebooted their AVID implementation, and they are in year 2 of that reboot. AVID Center doesn't certify AVID sites until the 3rd year of their implementation because they have found it takes about 2 years for sites to meet baseline implementation expectations. Last year, in year 1 of their reboot, Tonalea rated emerging AVID school-wide on the focus note-taking indicator. This year, Tonalea is training all staff in focus note-taking with the expectation of moving on that indicator from AVID school-wide level on the focus note-taking indicator for the 24-25 school year. Echo Canyon and Arcadia are, as new sites, plan to move from elective implementation rating to emerging AVID school-wide rating, which is a typical goal in the first year. As Dr. Dansky notes, it typically takes about 3 to 5 years to achieve the results that we are seeking. However, we do have early indicators that we would like to highlight this evening. Mr. Rentala, principal of Hohokam Elementary, regrets that he could not be here this evening, but he wanted to highlight Hohokam's implementation progress, and he asked me to share with the board that progress. Mr. Rentala is a proud AVID principal. He believes that AVID's college and career readiness framework ensures instructional consistency, even as staff retires or moves on to other opportunities. He says that's very powerful. He notes that 75% of his AVID trained staff at Hohokam noted a decrease this year in transition times between subjects and an increase in student time on task. Students in AVID trained classes also have an almost 1% higher attendance rate than their peers, a 93.4% compared to a 92.5%. Since implementing AVID, Hohokam's letter grade has improved. In the 22-23 school year, Hohokam's letter grade moved from a B to an A. He noted that the state test scores are also trending up, as indicated by the 46.6 out of 50 point growth score that Hohokam earned as part of its latest letter grade evaluation. Hohokam is planning to apply for A+ recognition in August, and they feel that the AVID framework will enhance that application process. They plan to showcase their use of Wicker strategies, writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading in all subject areas, and the opportunity knowledge events that they host, such as their college showcase, in which each grade level adopts a post-secondary college and then presents that college to their peers. Hohokam feels that getting elementary students to begin thinking about post-secondary plans helps build their motivation to excel in school as they have an end goal to work towards. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Jagodinsky, principal of Tonalea Middle School, and Ms. Hughes, principal of Echo Canyon School, who would like to share the highlights of their middle school implementation. Thank you, ladies.
Good evening. As mentioned, we are currently in our 2nd year of a reboot, now that we are just a middle school model. So this year at Tonalea, our primary focus has been on increasing the use of focused note-taking in all of our core content areas and many of our elective courses. The focused note-taking framework has provided all students with a universal strategy that they can use in all of their classes. Our greatest success so far is in the area of math. So adding math notebooks have given students a learning tool in addition to their ready math consumable books. In addition to focused note-taking, we are working on increasing rigor by utilizing at least 2 Wicker strategies in each lesson in our core content areas. Wicker strategies are identified along with learning targets in each classroom, and as we refocus, AVID provides a common language as well as universal expectations campus-wide that increase student achievement. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Principal Hughes.
Thank you. As stated earlier, we are in year 1 of AVID at Echo Canyon, and typically when a school begins in AVID, they only roll out in 1 grade level. However, we are small, so we've capitalized on that smallness, and we have implemented AVID in our entire 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, which is our entire middle school. So with that, our 10 teachers do reflect 100% of our teachers have been trained in our Wicker strategies. We have implemented 2 particular strategies as they apply under organization, and it is planners and note binders. With the implementation of our planners and our binders, we have noticed a decrease in our Ds and Fs, particularly at progress report times. Our students are able to turn in late work up until the end of a quarter. However, what we've noticed at progress report time is our students are turning in the work more promptly thanks to their greater organizational skills that we have been working on, as well as with the binders having a greater touch point with their teachers. We've also noticed we do iReady in our reading and math, and we've noticed that in both areas, in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, both reading and math have had approximately at least 10% of our students have increased their percent passing in iReady. So not only are we seeing some anecdotal data, we're starting to see some hard data as well in our iReady. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dansky to talk about the success over at Arcadia High School.
Arcadia is 6 months into our AVID implementation, and we are able to report a significant growth in our AP and honors course enrollment for the 24-25 school year. We saw 51 course request growth for honors courses and 75 for advanced placement courses. The early result is quite surprising, as most hard data changes begin to show in years 2 and 3 of program implementation. Researchers call this the AVID effect. AVID elective students sign up for advanced coursework, their friends see their engagement and perseverance in that coursework and sign up as well. We can strongly predict to see this trend continue as we head into year 2 and beyond. This school year, we conducted teacher training around collaboration, prepared for the implementation of planner use and paper and electronic organization for students next school year, and will implement focused note-taking for the 24-25 school year. Our professional learning for 24-25 will focus on increasing rigor and inquiry in the classroom with scaffolded supports for all students to access high levels of learning.
Through strategic planning, the proposed AVID budget for the school year 24-25 will reduce expenditures by approximately 42%. We will be onboarding a new site, Ingleside Middle School. New secondary sites are required by AVID Center to send a team of 8 staff members to training for Summer Institute, and that training includes 2 parts. It includes a path workshop that trains staff in implementing AVID in their core content area, and includes site collaboration time where they are guided through the implementation process and assisted in developing an implementation plan. All summer institutes are out of state, and so those incur travel costs. However, Arcadia High School has offered to host a local path training in June of this year, and they're committed to host a path training. We also agreed to host a local site team planning session for SUSD staff so that we could train Ingleside staff locally, meaning we would meet both requirements for Summer Institute with the content training and also the planning time. So AVID Center has agreed, and that will save us approximately $20,000 in registration fees and estimated travel costs. Since Arcadia is the host site for the Phoenix Path Training, they are also awarded a certain number of free path registrations, which will save SUSD $2,580 in registration fees. Additionally, since we onboarded 4 new sites this academic year, Avid Center offers a path training for 40 teachers, 40 SUSD teachers for free that will save the district $25,800. So at this time, we would like to invite any comments or any questions that you have for any of us.
Do board members have any questions or comments? I see none. I would like, oh, pardon me. Oh, we have two. All right, we're going to go from the far right. We'll work our way this way. Ms. Carney.
Okay. Thank you. I just had a couple questions on the schools, Copper Ridge, Yavapai, and Pueblo. We see that they're not continuing the program, and just would like to know, why did they decide not to continue?
So Copper Ridge, at the beginning of the year, I met with all sites because one of the things we wanted to do is determine where they were in their implementation process and what they saw as the future of Avid in their site. We wanted to make sure Avid is a program that can make substantial change on a campus, but when it's implemented with fidelity. It is one route to school improvement. It is not necessarily the only route. And in conversations with Copper Ridge and with Yavapai, there was the discussion of there are great strategies here, and we love certain of these strategies, but the implementation, the full implementation that we were looking for was not in line with their goals for their community. So they decided to step back from the Avid program, but they plan on continuing the strategies that they have seen impact student learning and impact student growth. The decision for Pueblo was about focusing in on campuses that had pathways. So Pueblo is planning on, in the similar vein, planning on continuing the strategies that they have found very effective with their campuses. But right now, since there is no pathway past Pueblo, we decided to target our resources in terms of campuses that do have that pathway to kind of grow the program and see the impact for students who are going through a K-8 system or a K-12 system in the case of Arcadia.
Okay, I think that's just a concern that we need to look at as we keep doing this, keep implementing it on certain campuses, and then it doesn't work, and we keep spending money. So it looks like that we're moving in a better direction with bringing Ingleside in, and which feeds into Arcadia, so that makes a little more sense. I just have one question on the budget that we received, and I don't know if you can answer that or who needs to answer, but I'd like to know about the tutors, the tutor costs.
The tutors. And one thing I'd like to go back to your last comment, that was also a focus for us as well, and we now have an application process for sites with a discussion of the expectations of implementation, so everybody's on the same page when we roll that process out in order to maximize our resources. For the budget, yes, the tutors.
Yep, so tutor costs in 2023, 2024 should have been $10,000 for 4 tutors. Costs were underestimated.
Yes. So the Avid tutorial process, it is a little bit of a misleading name. It's not tutoring. In fact, every time we do a presentation, that's the first disclaimer we have to do. It's not tutoring. It is a very structured process to teach students how to unstick themselves when they are at home working on problems. We model it after college study groups. So it's led by at the high school level, it's led by a college tutor, and the college tutor coaches them through this very specific system of what was your initial question, what did you do to try to figure it out, where exactly are you confused, what kind of questions can you and your peers ask to help you work through that problem. Now that you've come up with a resolution, how are you going to use that information? So Avid sets that up as a system to be done in groups of max of 7 with a tutor running that model. So given the number of students that we have at the high school level, we should have had 4 college tutors. We only requested budgeting for 2 and thought we could fill that out in other, with peer student-to-student tutors, and discovered that was quite a challenge in terms of scheduling. The kinds of students that we would target for that tend to have very restrictive classes and schedules, and so that was very difficult to meet that metric of that program. So this year, we're asking for the full number of college tutors that we need at the high school level. At the middle school level, which also has the elective, and that's where the tutorology piece is, we are going to do cross-age tutors. This year, we're field testing, doing that with high school students that do it through a Google Meets, a distance, kind of a distance tutoring model that has worked really well at Echo Canyon. So that still gives us the ability to have students that are not within the grade level, coaching and tutoring and mentoring those students. Because one of the benefits of having that kind of model is they also get to coach students to the next step. You know, I'm in high school, this is what it'll look like. I know what your teacher is telling you, but I'm a peer close to your age. Trust me, what I say, what they say is true. And same thing with college students. We're at the college level, this is what you'll see. So that's the reason why it's so important to have that different level of tutor.
Okay, so these are college tutors that are coming onto campus?
Yes.
And how
So
often
they twice a week,
Okay.
and they come for the class period. The tutoring session is a full class period. They're hired as any other staff, and they go through the same hiring process and all the steps.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sanowski.
Thank you, President Dr. Hartwells. Ms. Wingett and Dr. Dansky, Jagodinsky, and Ms. Hughes, have you talked to the teachers who are expected to implement this with the students, and are they pleased with this as something that's added to their plate? Because we've heard tonight the stress of teachers, it's part of the work conditions, is so many things expected of them. Do they find that this is beneficial to the students?
I can answer that piece for the big picture, and then I would turn that over to principals to talk at their sites. When I speak to principals who are adopting the program, that's one of the first conversations they tend to have with their staff, and I think our site principals can address that. But one of the things, when I come into campuses today, I was just over at Echo Canyon meeting with the middle school PLC and having that conversation as we're coaching to implementing the strategies. AVID is not an additional piece. In fact, one of the first steps we go through the strategies, which ones are you already doing? Which pieces are already in place? And it's about tightening up the strategies that you are using, making sure that you are implementing them in the way that the research says is going to actually get you the kind of impact that you want to see. So we really work on it not being an extra piece, but rather being an avenue to streamline what you're doing. The comment that I heard today in the Echo Canyon PLC as we were brainstorming the strategies and coming up with a collective list, because part of the purpose is you share the instructional load. So if the English teacher is introducing the Socratic seminar strategy, science teacher doesn't have to teach it. They can simply say, I know you know how to do this, so let's do the Socratic seminar with this particular reading. And they were very excited about being able to have that kind of shared knowledge and kind of shared teaching load. So with that, Dr. Dansky.
To piggyback on what Ms. Wingett has shared is we have conversations about collective efficacy, is that, you know, the act of teaching and instruction in the classroom becomes easier when we are all doing the same thing and speaking the same language, but also kind of dividing and conquering. So our freshman English teachers are teaching the planners, which is not just writing the assignments down, it's prioritizing time and planning time. And I think one thing to think about within the framework of AVID is they're not necessarily new strategies. We've been using them. They're Kagan, they're Marzano, you know, they're things we've learned throughout our careers, but it's collected as best practice in one place. One thing that staff are particularly excited about as we moved into focused note-taking is that students interact with the notes later, and that's where research really shows the power. It's not just taking the notes, but how do you go back and mark up and highlight and, you know, write a summary later. So it's really just going deeper into helping students be more effective in the classroom.
Dr. Jagodinski, maybe you could give us a perspective at the elementary level.
At the middle school level,
Middle
we're,
school,
yeah,
yeah,
so
sorry.
we're still in, like we've said, a kind of a reboot. Tonalea has been through some significant transition in the last year and a half. So I do feel like, as everybody's mentioned, it's a good fit, not only for our students, for our school, but it is just best teaching practices. Like when you, and I will fully admit, I'm still newer to AVID as well. I did not have any prior experience prior to coming to Tonalea last year. So as I'm learning about AVID and as I'm learning about the program, it is all great teaching practices, which I feel, especially at the middle school level, as a prior middle school teacher, there's always room for PD on specific teaching strategies for teachers at the middle school level. So as we continue with that, I think it's just great PD for the teachers, which we're always looking for a focus. But as we've said, as we implement, so 6th grade learns how to do focus note taking. By the time they get to 7th grade, they already know how to do focus note taking. By the time they get to 8th grade, they're rock stars at it. So will it still take a couple of years for us to get there? Yes, but it's all common language. It's all the common strategies that as we collaborate and work together, which is also our focus at Tonalea this year, the more we collaborate and work together, the easier this becomes. So while it may be a little bit additional PD as we continue to reboot, as we continue the process, it will just get easier and easier down the line.
I appreciate that. What happens when a student moves into your campus from another location?
That's a great question. So
How do they get caught up?
Yeah, that's a great question. Within their collaborative teams, again, kids pick up things pretty quickly. I feel like a good mentorship opportunity would be we have an ambassador program on our campus. So as new students come in, it's students that are touring our new students, it's pairing up with them. So there's a great opportunity for growth there in order to be able to kind of onboard our kids that are new. So that's a great question and a great opportunity for the future too.
I would also add that I've seen on campuses, because campuses are in different stages of their implementation, and we visited different sites in different stages of their implementation. But once you get like 3-5 years out where it's really embedded in the culture, it becomes just their approach. And I've seen students who have walked into a classroom who, because we do have transfers, it's a good thing, when they come in, it becomes, oh, last school, did Socratic sound familiar? You know, does this piece sound, have you ever done, and if the kid says no, I've seen teachers go, hey, who can buddy up? And immediately it's so here's how you do it. Or the organizational pieces, they're actually adorable to see. So this is how you set up your binder. This is what goes in this tab, especially the little kids. So it just becomes such a piece of the culture. And part of what AVID teaches very much is the leadership component, that oftentimes I see kids even just step into that, oh, you're new. Do you know how to do this? Do you have a binder? Have you set this up? So that becomes one of the pieces that helps bring in new students.
And it was really, just on a side comment real quick, we had the opportunity to visit our feeder schools this year. So when we were at Hohokam, as we were talking about AVID, the kids knew what Wicker stood for. They knew what the focus note take it meant. So it was just a neat connection to be able to see that. So our kids that are coming up from Hohokam will already be kind of ahead of their game in the 6th grade world next year, just because they would have had that experience. So again, any classroom teacher will tell you if there's kids in the classroom that have already done this, they can help assist those kids that are new at it as well. So
Thank you all. I really appreciated that you mentioned that this is just it sounds like it's a collection of best practices and effective teaching strategies. So great, thank you.
And truly, because when I get called in, one of the first things I do is to kind of bring that level down of, this is not something that is brand new. In fact, if you look at most of the list of the strategies, they've been SUSD initiatives, accountable talk, depths of knowledge, like they have been initiatives over the last several decades. It's just, I think what makes AVID so powerful is it's all integrated, and it shows a teacher, okay, typically you go to this great training and you have to be the one bringing it back and integrating it into what you do. AVID says, all right, all these great pieces, this is what they would look like in a unified whole in a classroom. And that's what, once teachers see that, that's when they're on board. Because they look at it and they go, okay, that I agree with, that's good teaching. And this makes sense on how this rolls out. Okay, and then taking the time as AVID sets up to learn a strategy, use a strategy, understand bring your questions about that use, have time to refine it and really implement it. AVID is meant to refine practice, not dump it all at once and try and figure it out. So that's where we get the buy-in.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Very good. I just have one observation. We received this presentation a few years ago. It was almost around 2 years ago. And I will say this has come a long way. Well done. I really loved seeing the impact taking shape. And I appreciate that you provided that tonight. I think the increase in AP and honors enrollment is, that's what a wonderful bellwether. So well done, folks. And I particularly appreciate the creativity and resourcefulness and funds. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are moving on to item 6B, the first read of secondary world languages and elementary dual language immersion curriculum adoption for the 2024-2025 school year. I think Dr. Dodds Karen is going to lead us in that discussion.
Good evening, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and Mrs. Wagner. For the next two presentations, I have the opportunity to introduce you to two members of the teaching and learning team who have been leading curriculum adoptions for content areas that they support. Our team has worked hard during the past few years, as you know, to establish systems that can be replicated, which you will see here tonight during the two presentations. You will notice that the information shared both by Wendy and later Johanna follow the same process. However, the details specific to the content that each coach will share will differ. While both Wendy and Johanna will recognize the work of their committees, I want to be sure that they too are recognized, along with Dee Dee Johnston, our curriculum materials specialist, who together have spent countless hours working to prepare for and execute the various aspects of the curriculum adoption process with precision and professionalism. Additionally, I'd like to thank Stephen Paluch, Web Content Manager, and Nick Buzan, our General Counsel, for their partnership with our team too. I'm very proud of the collective work of this team and the recommendations that their committees are bringing forward tonight. With that, I'd like to introduce you to Wendy Diozzi, our coach for world language. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good evening, President Dr. Hartwells and all. Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Dodds. The goal of this committee was to review and evaluate instructional materials and provide recommendations to the governing board for approval for adoption of those materials. In alignment with the strategic plan, the recommended curricula are future ready. Students take the exam for the Seal of Biliteracy in the Level 4 course. Having a strong program at Level 4 and AP will help student growth. The number of students receiving the Seal of Biliteracy has increased since 2018, with 152 recipients this year. These materials will help prepare our students for biliteracy in the future. Elementary Spanish DLI is the pathway for the Seal of Biliteracy, and a strong foundation will help our students be successful in the upper level courses. The curricula are also demanding critical and creative thinking by focusing on communication and proficiency, and they provide resources for differentiated instruction to ensure that all students learn. And you'll see here we have a breakdown of the numbers of students that received the seal, and it's grown greatly in just a few short years, and I anticipate even more growth. This year we have more applicants than ever. So it's really proud to see how our students are doing. The Committee for the Secondary World Languages and Elementary Spanish DLI Curriculum Adoption, which I would have renamed had I thought about saying that multiple times, consisted of 4 secondary teachers, one of whom is also the DLI coach, 2 elementary Spanish DLI teachers, 1 community member who speaks Italian, and we would like to invite any members of the committee in the audience to stand at this time to be recognized for your hard work and dedication to selecting materials for our students. Thank you, Chelsea. I wanted to share with you some feedback from our committee members. On the screen here, you will see the feedback that 2 members of the committee provided. We are really proud of the dedication of the committee to our SUSD students and grateful for their input. Today, we're excited to share our journey overview, highlighting key milestones and events that shaped our progress. We began on September 18th by launching the committee and inviting members via SUSD's committee webpage, leading to our inaugural meeting on October 23rd. Our Secondary World Languages and Elementary Spanish DLI Curriculum Adoption Committee webpage has been a central hub for communication, offering stakeholders easy access to meeting details, agendas, minutes, and more, helping ensure transparency in our process. Aligned with strategic goals, we focused on evaluating curricular resources, emphasizing Arizona and ACTFL, the American Council on Teaching Foreign Language, World Language Standards, proficiency-based instruction, grammar, target language use, and cultural connections. We established criteria, created and developed a rubric, and began reviewing submissions. After thorough evaluation and a calibration exercise using current materials, we invited select publishers for vendor presentation days. Materials were made available for public review starting on December 11th and will continue through April 9th at the MDA campus. Following compelling presentations, on February 13th, the committee reached consensus on the recommended materials. These are the materials that we will be presenting today. The SUSD rubric is divided into 3 sections. The first section is alignment to standards and depth of knowledge. This section focuses on the 5 C's of world language learning: cultures, communication, connections, comparisons, and community. The second section, ease of use and support, included elements such as building progressions and unit coherence, authentic, easy to use audio and video activities, and ongoing support for our teachers. The third section, engagement and ability to meet student needs, required reviewers to consider how students would be assessed, differentiation, online interactive materials, and an opportunity for student reflection. AP Japanese and elementary Spanish DLI materials required additional criteria. Another key component to the process of the Secondary World Languages and Elementary Spanish DLI Curriculum Adoption Committee was the use of consensus decision-making. This is a process that Teaching and Learning commits to for developing consistent use across district committees. I am proud to say that our committee developed a consensus that everybody was pleased with. As we delve into specifics of the adoption cycle, it's essential to highlight the courses encompassed within this endeavor, as outlined on this slide. Notably, the inclusion of Italian marks an exciting addition to our curriculum offerings, necessitating the procurement of new materials tailored to this language. It's important to note that in the previous adoption cycle, certain courses were not provided with dedicated resources. Specifically, a French 4 book was not yet printed by the publisher selected for levels 1 through 3, and the AP Japanese course has yet to be furnished with a textbook, underscoring the need for comprehensive materials across all of our courses. Additionally, our elementary Spanish dual language immersion materials find themselves at the culmination of their adoption cycle. Thank you for all this attention. Here are the proposed rationale and materials. The materials that the committee brings forward for recommendation have been selected because, as you can see on this slide, they are aligned with standards, they're easy for both teachers and students to use, and they offer vendor support. They align with higher education exams and provide student-friendly language and culture resources. Our committee recommends for high school courses Italian, Amici d'Italia by Carnegie Learning, for French 4, Te Branché by Carnegie Learning, And for AP Japanese, and I hope that I'm saying it right, I practiced Dikuru by Cheng Sui. The elementary Spanish dual language immersion materials that we recommend will be for online access only. This decision was made as we already possess print materials for this series. It's important to note that the Listo series, previously known as Descubre, has undergone minimal print changes. The Listos component of the series is the communicative practice. Antología is a collection of level-appropriate stories for students, and Avanza is a responsive digital curriculum that adapts to students' needs in order to reinforce fluency. On this side and the next, you will see the recommended curriculum and its cost. Resources including in the purchase include print and digital, as well as professional development to prepare and support our teachers with implementation. The cost listed is what SUSD will pay this fiscal year, and all contracts will cover 7 years of access. We thought it would also be helpful to include how the cost relates to per pupil expenditure. Also, it is important to note that there is not a cost associated with this purchase after this year, although with increases in student enrollments, additional purchases of textbook and online licenses may occur. Introducing a new curriculum requires meticulous planning and execution to ensure its effectiveness and fidelity. Essential components of this process include teacher training, collaboration, ongoing support, and program evaluation. And a roadmap for the implementation can be seen up here. At this time, Dr. Dodds and I can field any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? Ms. Warner.
Thank you for your presentation. Where can parents and community members go to view this curriculum?
It's at the MDA, and Dr. Dodds may be able to better explain how they enter and do all that.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Warner, President Hartwells. Public display is at the Mojave District Annex. On our website, you can see dates and times. We are open every day of the school week and by appointment outside of school hours or weekends or holidays.
Thank you.
Any other questions for board members? All right, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We will move on to 6C, the first read of the secondary science curriculum adoption for the 2024-2025 school year. Ms. Kaiser and Dr. Dodds-Karen.
Good evening again, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and Mrs. Wagner. There have been a few occasions that Johanna and I have come before the board to share the different ways that SUSD supports science education, such as high school planning guide, science course curriculum pathways, and curriculum recommendations. Tonight, Johanna will share another layer of committee work that began this year to identify curriculum for resources that were not included in the review last year. I'll now introduce you to Johanna, who will share the process and ultimate recommendations of the Secondary Science Curriculum Adoption Committee.
Thank you. Good evening, President Dr. Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, and our community. Tonight, the Secondary Science Curriculum Adoption Committee is proud to bring forth curricular recommendations for 6 high school courses, a continuation of the work that was started by last year's committee, with the ultimate goal of recommending curricula for adoption that ensures that all students have access to high-quality science instructional materials regardless of course or school. The committee's work was grounded. I'm hitting the arrow. Now I had something else. Okay. The committee's work was grounded in SUSD strategic plan. The recommended curricula brought forth to today, they're future ready. They demand critical and creative thinking. They're problem-based learning anchored in phenomena, and provide resources so all students can be successful. The committee was comprised of 14 members and included teachers, parents, a community member, and an administrator. It's important to note that the 9 teachers serving on this committee represented 53% of the teachers in SUSD who currently teach these courses that's involved in this adoption. Some of the committee members are here tonight to show their support. We'd like to invite them to stand and be recognized for their hard work. So I saw a few in the crowd. I miss seeing them. It's fun to see them. We wanted to share a few statements from committee members. I don't know, It's missing 2 of them, but that's okay. I share a few statements from committee members as they reflected on their participation in the process. I also want to read a quote by one committee member. It was enlightening to participate in the curriculum adoption process from the perspective of a committee member. I knew our process was transparent, but seeing it firsthand reinforced exactly how we continually raise awareness and share information about the options for selection and recommendations about best resources for students in SUSD. I also just want to make sure everyone knows that the comment that's in the bottom right-hand corner, I just wish we could get Johanna to show a bit more enthusiasm, was a humorous and sarcastic comment to our work together. I can't help it that I get really jazzed about 3-dimensional science instruction and curriculum adoptions. Like, it's very exciting. So next time I'll tone it down. No. Allow me to share a little bit about this very exciting process, because it really was. Our committee member recruitment began on September 14th, and our committee webpage really served as the hub for all communication. You find details about the committee, about the application, agendas, minutes, presentations, the committee members, public review information, and more. Our committee began with professional learning about Arizona science standards, next generation science standards, 3-dimensional science teaching practices, and then after reviewing the rubric, which I'll share with you on the next slide, and engaging in a calibration activity, the committee members evaluated approximately 25 materials. Based on rubric scores, the committee narrowed down the submissions and invited publishers to vendor presentation days. Materials have been on display since December 11th, and we value public input, which can be submitted via our public review feedback form. So far, 1 person has reviewed 5 materials using the public review feedback form, and their materials remain on display at the Mojave District Annex until April 9th. So after thorough evaluation, including rubric scores, input from public review, pricing quotes, and vendor presentations, the content groups engaged in the consensus process, selecting the recommended materials. These recommendations went to the entire committee, which approved them for submission and then to you today. Our rubric had 3 key parts, the first of which was 3-dimensional design. And that required our participants to look at the curricula, made sure it explained phenomena, and was aligned to Arizona Science Standards 3-dimensional design. A material had to meet a minimum requirement in this first section to even being continued to be reviewed. The second section, which included instructional supports, had elements such as building progressions and unit coherence, differentiated instruction, and relevance and authenticity. The third section, monitoring student progress, required reviewers to consider how students would demonstrate their knowledge of both the science core ideas and the practices associated with scientific inquiry. Evaluating on the rubric was key in selecting high-quality materials. Another key component was the process of consensus decision-making. It was critical to have this in place so that all voices were heard and that the committee would accomplish its goal of submitting recommended materials to you all. This adoption cycle included the courses listed on this slide. The adoption of new materials is essential as the current materials predate the 2018 science standards and lacked resources such as a digital platform. The committee did review materials for zoology, botany, and honors zoology, botany. However, the materials submitted did not meet the rigorous standards of the committee. And so, without further fanfare, here are the proposed materials for adoption. The committee recommends for Earth and Space Science, EarthCom, project-based Earth and Space Science, System Science by Activate Learning. They should rethink their name as well. No, for Introduction to Oceanography Astronomy, Essentials of Oceanography by Pearson, and Foundations of Astronomy by Cengage. For Environmental Science Sustaining Your World by Cengage. For AP Environmental Science for the AP course and its companion Strive for 5 resource, both by Bedford, Freeman, and Worth. And for Honors Astrophysics, Explorations and Introduction to Astronomy by McGraw-Hill, and the Open Education resource used by SCC, our dual enrollment partner for this course, Astronomy, 2nd edition by OpenStax. These materials are aligned to standards, AP, and dual enrollment course content. They're phenomena forward and have meaningful storylines that support student sense-making. They're inquiry-based, they require critical thinking, and they provide scaffolds to support all learners. They are lab and active engagement and investigation rich. On this slide and the next, you'll see the recommended curriculum, its costs, and the resources included in the purchase. The total estimated cost for these materials is not to exceed $530,000. This purchase is expected to impact and improve the science learning experience for over 10,000 students over the total years of these adoptions. Now, the governing board adoption of a curriculum is just the start of the journey, a very critical one, might I add. But rolling out a new curriculum requires careful planning and execution. We need to make sure we have proper teacher training, making sure teachers can collaborate and support each other on this journey, ongoing support, and program evaluation. Throughout the years, we'll continue to monitor the rollout through feedback from teachers and data analysis. We can collect data surrounding student performance on benchmarks, on classroom and state assessments, classroom walkthroughs, course enrollment data, grade distributions, professional development surveys, and others. Overall, the key to monitoring a new curriculum is to use a variety of methods and to ultimately ensure that our students demonstrate successful academic performance. At this time, we would love to field your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Board members, are there any questions or comments? Ms. Sanowski.
Thank you, President Dr. Hartwells. Slide 8, you had mentioned that the zoology botany and then the honor zoology botany did not have any resources selected. Will that come back to us in the future?
Possibly. First, let me just say I'm so proud of our committee to be put forth with curriculum and say this isn't going to meet the needs of our students, and to not just say, hey, the money's here this year, spend it or not. And they chose not to, and we really appreciate that. So yeah, we'll need to reevaluate and continue to meet with those teachers and find resources. They have curriculum, and what was provided was not better then. So we weren't going to spend money on something that wasn't going to meet our student needs.
Kudos to that committee for making that decision. Thank you. Speaking about the committee and the members that made up this committee, has there been ever any discussion about including students that might be taking these classes or have taken the courses to provide input on what would be engaging to them?
Board Member Sanowski, President Dr. Hartwells, during the AP Government, AP Econ, IB Econ curriculum adoption cycle, we did try to include students. A challenge that we faced was time. And so our students have commitments. They often are not only studying, but very involved in the school and the community. Especially during different times of the year, there are different high-impact tests that are taking place. So kids are prioritizing their time for their own academic needs. So we have made that effort. If the board would like, we could continue to make that effort, but it certainly proved to be a challenge for us.
I appreciate that. Maybe they don't have to be included in the entire committee work, but maybe a glance near the end or at some phase when you're considering the different resources. Just a thought. Thank you. Well done. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Warner.
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Oh, thanks. So do they.
All right. I see no other questions. I have a question, a couple of them. So just to confirm the Mojave District Annex until April 9th, members can come and review all of the materials. You answered the question about why the zoology and biology. That still bothers me. Biology moves quickly. We've got a lot of advances in the last 7 to 10 years. So I hope that's not off the radar screen.
For zoology, botany? Oh, no, it's not off the radar. We just
Okay.
weren't able in this cycle to acquire high-quality materials for them to accept.
So we'll continue with seeking out high-quality materials.
Yes, and Dr. Hartwells, I would like to add something that the committee thought was important. When the first products were submitted and they reviewed them, they weren't meeting the mark that they were hoping for. So there was a question posed of what else could we try to get? And so Johanna worked with Dee Dee, who was reaching out to additional vendors. They were scouring districts across the nation to see what curriculum had been adopted in other districts for courses like this. And we did a second call for curriculum to be submitted, and even during that second call, the committee didn't find that there were things that were better than what we currently have available.
Okay, thank you. Well, appreciate an update when you have one on that progress. What % of the teachers on the curriculum committee actually teach these courses?
So on this particular committee, those 9 teachers represent 53% of the teachers who teach those courses.
Okay.
They all teach these.
They all
They-
teach
not-
one.
They all teach
At
one
least
or
one
some
or
of
more.
them,
Okay.
right? So oftentimes you'll have a teacher that teaches environmental science and AP environmental science, right? So when we look at, okay, here's how many environmental science teachers were on the committee, here's how many total environmental science teachers are in the district, we did that, and then the total teachers on it. So it seems small, but these are also smaller courses that.
Thank you. The last question, so some of these materials are for courses that are also taught as e-learning courses. These materials are not for the e-learning courses, is that correct?
Yes, these materials were adopted for our brick and mortar courses.
Okay. I just want to underscore the point you made, that a large focus of these materials was engaging hands-on type of project-based learning, which is not possible in an e-learning asynchronous science course. So I really hope those go the way of the albatross. And that's my last question. If there aren't any other comments, I think we can move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks to the committee for all their hard work. Okay, next up, we are moving to 6D, first read of the governing board policy BDE. If we could put the black line on the screen, please. I will lead this discussion, as I requested this amendment, or proposed it, rather. All right. The black line on the screen is the proposed amendments to policy BDE. In compliance with policy BGB, this is the first read of a proposed amendment to policy BDE, which is directed to board committees. Advisory committees formed by the board in furtherance of its duties and responsibilities is a board committee. This board recently formed a board committee. Currently, the policy allows for up to 2 governing board members to serve on a board committee, and that is an option. It is not a requirement. That is not a compliance component with Arizona law. And you can see from the proposed amendments in the black line on the screen, which was uploaded into board docs last week, the substance is to remove the up to 2 governing board members from serving on a board committee. Any board committee that currently does have up to 2 governing board members on it will continue until June 30, 2024, which is the end of the fiscal and school year. After which, those board committees, no governing board members will serve on a board committee. So the rationale is in part outlined in the agenda, but in large part, it's structural. The governing board already holds decision-making power over all board committees in substance and in procedure. The governing board appoints the committee membership, requires the committee to outline a charter, which it then votes to either approve, reject, or modify. And then the board holds the final power to accept, reject, or modify any recommendations that are made to the governing board by the board committee. Because the governing board retains ultimate decision-making power authority over the board committee, it's unnecessary to have governing board membership on the board committee. Additionally, limiting committees to non-governing board members avoids the appearance of a power differential between community members and further any arguments or concerns of undue influence. I requested the policy amendment to be brought to the governing board to address and mitigate concerns raised about undue influence of having governing board members on board committees. Undue influence by a governing board member is expressly prohibited under policy BCA. So in the interest of good governance, the proposed amendment would bring policy BDE in alignment with policy BCA. And with that, I will open it up for discussions or questions. Ms. Carney.
Thank you, President Hartwells. I'd just like to know the impetus of this, because on February 22nd, 2022, you voted to revise policy BDE board committees with that added line stating no more than 2 board members may serve on any one committee. Yet tonight you're bringing forward this policy revision to now rid committees of board members when you voted for it. So I'd like to know why you're bringing this now.
Concerns have been raised about undue influence, and if you'll also recall, when you went back to the record of my comments, this time last year, almost 12 months to the day, I raised concerns about undue influence of governing board members sitting on curriculum and supplemental material committee member, and that hasn't gone away. So given the concerns by the community that's been raised, because we've recently formed a board committee, which actually, that vote, if you'll recall, was associated with the audit committee. And the audit committee, at that time, there weren't concerns raised about putting board members, and the circumstances have changed. But I did raise this last year with respect to undue influence, not specific to board committees, but with respect to supplemental curriculum committees. I don't believe that it's needed. One, I do think it's superfluous. It's not required and is somewhat of an artifact for Scottsdale compared to other school districts. But I thank you for the question and your thoroughness in your research.
Yeah, well, to me, it's concerning the amount of retaliation that goes into policy revision here in this district. We just had another open meeting law violation complaint filed against us for our board retreat last week, so I'm sorry if I'm overly
Ms.
concerned.
Carney, I'd like you to stay on to the agenda.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Because this is in retaliation to me being on the sex ed committee, so I just want to
Ms. Carney, there's no retaliation. Ms. Sinowski is also on that board committee.
Correct.
This is not about you.
Okay, great, thank you
I
for
don't
that.
sit here because of you.
No, I understand that, but like I said, you voted for this 2 years ago for that language to be in there, and now.
And I explained
bringing it back.
2 years ago the circumstances, which I'd appreciate if you would listen to. And I also explained and reminded you, this conversation is a redo from about a year ago.
Well,
Thank you. If you have no other comments.
no, I do have further comments, thank you.
Can you please stay on point?
Yes. I would like to say that we need to be honest, that we're asking a committee to approve things that they aren't knowledgeable with, such as a charter. They don't know our board policies or the laws we are under. So I want to say that during the first sex ed curriculum committee meeting, I did ask questions.
Point of order, please. Can we get counsel to weigh in on whether that's outside of the agenda item, please?
Well, it's on the agenda for 8D, so if
For
it
the
has to do
charter.
with the charter, I would wait for that unless it has to do with BDE or the first read of BDE.
We're talking about the first read of BDE.
Correct.
And okay, so you're comfortable with having a conversation about what transpired in the last
No,
board committee meeting?
I think Board Member Carney is going into the Sex Ed Advisory Committee discussion, which is on the agenda, so I would, unless it has to do only with BDE, I would ask to wait until we talk about 8D,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay, so we're saying that this isn't
Thank you.
coming to the board because of the sex ed committee. Okay. But I just want to talk about why you're saying undue influence. I would like you to define that and what that
It's
looks like.
in board policy BCA is undue influence is articulated in that policy. I'd refer you to that policy, please.
Correct, but I've seen you and others have undue influence. Like last meeting, you were asking
Miss
students
Carney,
to come
Miss Carney, point
to the
of
sex ed
order.
committee.
Point of order.
When did we start using
Please
point of
stay.
order?
Please stay. Please
Could I-
stay to
could I
the
ask that
agenda.
when we started using point of order? We,
A point of order is is like a Robert's Rules of Orders, and where you're identifying that you're outside of the rules of the procedure, right? Outside of the procedures.
I think you mean it like objection, you're
It
objecting.
is a point of order. It is an objection because I think where this discussion is trying to go isn't about policy BDE.
no.
Perhaps it would be helpful to explain to anybody that you suggest a point of order to what the objection is so they can
The
understand that.
objection is we're diverting from policy BDE first read.
Okay, well, I wish we could have an honest discussion on this, but instead of eliminating board members from committees, which I think board members should be on board committees if we feel that's something that's important for us to do, I think we should look at what neighboring districts are doing and how they allow board members to appoint members of the committee so they don't have to serve. And I think that's a great thing that if you are looking at eliminating board members, we should have ability to, to get representation for us to serve on those committees like other districts do.
May I ask a clarifying question? The board on January 30th approved the membership to the board committee that you're referring to. And on, I believe with respect to the audit committee, that same exercise occurred. And that's what policy BDE outlines, is that those the membership of those committees have to come before this governing board, or whatever constitution of the governing board there is, to approve the membership. So how does the board not have representation if the board is approving the members of those board committees? I'm missing the connection there.
Well, then maybe we should look at what other districts are doing because they actually choose. We just took the names that were given to us and approved the names that were given to us. We, as board members, would choose who we want to represent us on those committees. And other large districts around here are doing that and they have that in policy. And I'm just making that suggestion if you're adamant on getting rid of board members from board committees.
So are you, okay. I'm not entirely sure mechanistically I'm following what you're proposing. Are you proposing a policy amendment to the BDE?
I'm proposing that we drop any change to policy BDE because it's unnecessary. And I just think these need to be dropped and we can get back to actual business that we need to be doing.
Policy amendments are absolutely the purview of the board, but I appreciate your position and you certainly can articulate that through your vote. Ms. Carney, any other, Ms. Warner?
Yeah, so every one of us on this dais have served or are serving on a board committee. So what you're proposing is something that you have had the privilege of doing, and serving on a board is something you want to remove from future board members, as this is your lame duck year. Interesting.
Is that a question, or you're just trying to malign me, or?
No, I'm just pointing out where this is coming from. It's just interesting because every single one of us have served on a committee, and it's just interesting timing, that's all. So thank you. I just had a comment.
Any other comments? Ms. Sanowski?
Thank you, President Dr. Hartwells. I do see whether we have intentional undue influence or unintentional. As a governing board member serving on a community committee in our school district, people do look to us to see whether we approve of or align with the direction of the committee. And I personally have learned to, over my time on this board, that it is not necessary for governing board members to be on these committees because it's not about representing us, but it's about representing the community, and that's why I see these committees are valuable. We should have members of our community, whether it's parent, grandparents, a person who lives down the street, students, they should be providing the input to us as governing board members, and then we ultimately cast a vote individually for the cumulative whole decision. And that, to me, is good local governance. If we show up and we provide influence, whether we intend to or not, it bypasses the power of a committee. And so we could just sit up here and make decisions for ourselves without community input, but I don't think that's what anyone in our community would approve of. And I don't think that's what's best for our school district. I would prefer that if we're looking at making even any changes to what's written here in this black line copy, that it's not a wait till June 30th to remove governing board members from committees. I personally feel like I am placed in this role to babysit, and I don't want to be doing that to a highly qualified committee of our community members. So I would actually, I want to ask you, why was there a date to June 30th? Why wait?
Yeah, that's a good question. The reason was the board had recently constituted a board committee, and the charter before us, that committee met, put forward a charter that had governing board members on it. And so it was to effectively grandfather in those recent activities so that the board committee that was recently constituted could finish its work.
Well, I appreciate
started
that, but
that,
wouldn't the policy supersede the charter?
It would.
Thank you.
That's my understanding, Mr. Buzan. If I misspoke, please correct me.
Since the board votes to accept the charter, I think the board could vote to do that. Granted, this policy, typically under policy, you have a first and second read, so there would have to be an emergency discussion. I'm not sure if it fits that category, but ultimately, it's the board's power to approve policy.
Thank you. Ms. Carney?
Thank you. How does this affect then the self-insurance trust committee, audit committee?
The Self-Insurance Trust Committee is not a board committee, if I understand. That's not actually a committee. It was appointed. So, Mr. Buzan, could you weigh in on the Self-Insurance Trust Committee, please?
My understanding of the self-insurance trust board was that it was a board that was formed in conjunction with the school board. The actual documentation in the bylaws of that trust state that there would be no more than one, but at least one board member as a part of that trust board.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I think Ms. Carney asked, if I understood it right, does that qualify as a board committee? And if so, it would be impacted by the change. Is that right? I'm sorry, Ms. McLennan, perhaps?
Thank you.
Thank you for being
President
here.
Snowski, members of the governing board. I'm familiar with the underlying documentation for the self-insurance trust that the district has. And so if it is unique in that it is prescribed by law who has to be on that committee, what the membership can be is in part prescribed by state statute. So whether or not it is or isn't a board committee is really not defined. If you, one thing that you could do, especially since this is a first read, is to accept that committee within, or accept the self-insurance trust within the body of this policy. That would be one way to take care of it. And then I also have one more suggestion, if you're willing to hear it, which is that rather than having a date in the policy on second read, you could just have an effective date be July 1, 2024, and then you wouldn't need to revise this to remove the date. So just a suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. McLennan. Ms. Carney, did that help answer your question, at least in part?
If, Dr. Menzel, if you could send the board the charters for each of those committees, the audit committee and the self-insurance trust? Send that to the board so we can review that?
Well, we can do that with the audit committee because there's a charter that was approved by the board. I don't know if there's a charter for the self-insurance trust because that was a board established under statute or consistent with statute. So, but for the audit committee, we can. And I do think we have to look at that one. I was cross-referencing it here. I think that that is relevant consideration.
Okay, and my last question is, how does this affect you board members that are sitting on the City of Scottsdale Education Subcommittee?
Again, I'm not sure that's a board committee. That was constituted by the City of Scottsdale City Council. Ms. McLennan or Mr. Boozin, do you have thoughts on Ms. Carney's question?
Madam President, this is Jennifer McLennan. I was here when was general counsel when that committee was formed, and really what that is a joint public body with different members of the various public bodies coming together. So I do not think that that is a board committee.
Thank you. Good question. Any other questions, Ms. Carney?
No, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the suggestions from all corners there. All right, we're going to move on to our last discussion item, and that is a first read of Governing Policy HA, Negotiation Goals and Priority Objectives. And Mr. Boozin, are you leading us with Ms. Wilson? Very good, thank you.
Feels a little formulaic since I was just speaking, but good evening. President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. This policy first read is for HA, Negotiation Goals and Priority Objectives. The Governing Board, through policy HA, recognizes the professional value of all of its employees. And in HA, a meet and confer process is created with the specific purpose of, quote, providing ways and means, end quote, to collaborate with employee groups and develop employment agreements. Currently, policy recognizes 3 employment associations. This leaves out 89 employees that don't fit into those 3 categories. These remaining employees, or some of them, have come together and brought this request to this board. Essentially, they want to be recognized as a group. This first read has one specific amendment. Scottsdale District Administration Association, SDAA, would be added to the group of recognized employee associations. Further reasons for this request, and I do know that this 4th group has offered to present to the board at the second read. They did not want to be presumptuous tonight. They just wanted to introduce this item as a policy amendment. Currently, there is no district employee agreement or handbook for district administrators and support exempt employees. And as a unrecognized employee association, SDAA is prevented from exercising many of the association rights currently afforded to the other 3 employee associations, including the use of the facilities, use of district mail, use of district email, and other forms of communication, access to information, and representation in shared decision-making. Finally, the Scottsdale District Administrators Association respectfully requests official recognition and voice equal to the 3 governing board approved employee associations. So I am not their spokesperson. I am just here adding this policy amendment for you. I have nothing against them or for them. I'm just putting it out there. And I think most of the questions would be for the members that have organized this group. Assistant Superintendent Alexis Wilson was planning on presenting this, but she couldn't be here tonight. So I can try and answer any questions, but otherwise, I think I would punt.
Okay. Would it be helpful if Dr. Menzel provided some historical context of how we got to this proposal, or we're all helpful? All right. All right. Well, if there are no questions, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sanowski, yes.
Quick question, a couple of them actually. Will this organization, the SDAA, also have elected leadership?
So they would be putting together their own, we didn't include much else other than you would be recognizing them as a board. So that
Sure.
would be up to them how they would organize themselves. My understanding is that it would be similar to the other associations. But yes, because the meet and confer process recognizes that the superintendent would create a team to communicate with the associations, it also recognizes that those associations would have a limited number of people for the administration to communicate with. So yes, I believe they would have some sort of elected leadership.
And then some sort of a system to gain feedback from other employees of this group.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, Mr. Buzan.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda as presented. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. A second?
Second.
Vice President Lindsay seconds. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The consent agenda passes 5-0. And before we move on, I'd like to recognize a pillar of our community in the audience this evening, a longtime Laguna Eagle, and now the full-time principal at Laguna Elementary, Miss Chrissy Kelly. If you could please stand. And your entire family, actually, all of you are SUSD, right? Longtime Desert Mountain Learning Community family. Well, thank you for being here and welcome to the full-time position. You've been there right in the AP position for some time. Really, really happy to see you slide into that role. All right, we are going to move on to the action items. 8A, our tentative approval of the maintenance and operations budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. And Ms. Crozier.
That sounds. Good evening, President Hartwells, Vice President Lindsay, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and guests. Tonight we are bringing forth a tentative budget approval for the M&O for the 24-25 school year. This is really just looking at where we are right now within our budget, and what we anticipate the budget for next year being, and giving the ability to move forward with issuing contracts specifically to our teachers. So with that, we will start with the strategic goals and commitments. Goal 3 being attract, hire, develop, support, and retain highly qualified, passionate, and talented professionals. As well as Goal 5, generate and utilize resources to maximize educational opportunities in order to ensure organizational health. As we went through this budget and looked at what we could do and how to deal with some of the funding issues that are coming our way, those were the two pillars or goals that we were looking at. So the first part of that is the development of the budget. We worked with the 3 interest-based negotiation groups. We worked through cabinet, department reviews. We spent a lot of time having departments go through their budgets. We spent a lot of time going through budgets trying to find where savings could possibly be. And as I'll talk about a little bit later, we're still in that process looking at where we can still find more dollars and turning over every stone to be able to find additional resources. As well as throughout the process, providing updates to our administrators as to what we were looking at and what the budget looked like. This takes a look at the budget assumptions. Our average daily membership, we reduced by 350. This is based on our historical data of what's happened the past few years with our ADM. Because students are weighted, that comes out to a weighted count reduction of 414. We know that inflation is more than 2%. However, the state is required to provide inflation up to a maximum of 2%. With the budget restrictions or budget issues that the state is dealing with, the deficits that they're dealing with, we do not anticipate that it'll be more than 2%. It should be the 2% that they're required to do. This will not be the year that the state comes back and says we found additional funds to be able to provide more for schools. I don't think, at least. So that equates to the dollar amount per student of $5,013. We have the first year of the maintenance and operations override at 15%. And then we have the sunset of ESSER funds, which is pretty significant for us, as well as the results-based funding. We gained some additional dollars in our base for it, but it was not the same amount as what we were receiving from the state for results-based funding. So we have schools that have balances in there. Our district account has balance as well. So some areas were able to continue to retain things that they were paying for out of there, but that is also a sunsetting fund. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a sip real quick. As we look at the 24-25 school year, and dealing with the losses that we know that we're having within ESSER, and wanting to also be able to attract staff with pay increases, we started looking at what are the positions that are out there. And we really, because of ESSER, we haven't had to take a hard look at what are our ratios and are we in line with that. During COVID, and this was part of the purpose of ESSER, but during COVID, we purposefully kept our classes smaller, knowing that originally we were going to have to do that because they had to have spacing, but also knowing that students needed additional resources. And we were able to do that because we had ESSER funds, which is what it was designed for. But based off of that, this is primarily through attrition. So keep in mind that even though these reductions are in here, this is based off attrition because we know teachers, we know staff members retire, move on to other opportunities, or move to other opportunities. So our governing board approved ratio for certified classroom teachers is in kindergarten 1 to 24, first grade 1 to 26, second grade 1 to 28, third through fifth grade 1 to 29, and sixth through 12th grade 1 to 33. Based on the anticipated enrollment in alignment with these approved ratios, there is a reduction of 20 FTE from various school sites. With that, we are continuing to review enrollment by school, grade level, and the needs of the school. So we know that we have a reduction of 20 FTE, but that could change as to where exactly it's at as we continue to monitor what those enrollments are by grade level and by school. Additionally, we have an elimination of 25 perm subs out of M&O. As you'll see later, there were also some additional perm subs that were paid through a Medicaid cash account. These perm subs were added during COVID when it was hard to get subs, especially in the very beginning of COVID. And so as a result, our fill rate has been at 90%, and we just feel that these are not positions that we still need to continue to have with the fill rates. We've tried to make significant gains in what we're paying our subs so that we can bring them in and have them fill those positions. The guidance counselors, again, had a approved ratio of 1 to 375. We currently have 40 guidance counselors at the middle school and high schools. And so again, this reduction is to align that with what that governing board ratio was set at, which is a reduction of 5. And again, they're spread out through all the middle schools and high schools, so there could be very small, a 0.2, 0.4 type change within those schools. So it's within those 5 high schools and middle schools, but it varies depending on what the enrollment looks like. We had a security float position, and this was actually added to cover our elementary sites. And we have added this year 5 elementary site security guards, and so we felt that the float was no longer necessary because we have them, we have designated for each learning community. There was an admin assignment in HR. It wasn't a FTE, it was a supplemental, but that's being reduced. At Sol, we had added several positions from ESSER when Sol really took off at the beginning of the pandemic. And we've reduced those as enrollment within that program in school have gone down. But there were 2 positions that were added. One was for math and for science. And to be able to attract students in the high school level into that program, it was important to be able to keep those 2 positions there. So we have somebody that was specifically geared for math or science. So that's actually moving from ESSER to M&O.
We created a data analyst, again through ESSER, and that was really done to help with our support and academic KPIs. That person's role has really been what are our academic dashboards looking like, getting that information for our school supports, for our district supports, as well as the attendance KPI and how are we doing attendance-wise within the district. We had a gifted cluster TOA, again, that was in ESSER and moved from ESSER over to M&O, supporting gifted staff and services at the school, and again, supporting the academic KPIs. We had previously had a director of professional learning, and that position was eliminated a few years ago. But it was determined that we really needed to redesign that position. It was brought back as a lower level, not a director level position, and brought in to really help with professional development and academic KPIs, really starting to help out those younger teachers who are coming into the district and being able to support through professional development and mentor programs. That had been put into ESSER, and again, with the support that it does to our newer teachers, felt that it was important to move that into M&O. Additionally, we had a couple schools that did not receive social workers through the social worker support or safety grant, so adding those in. We had several years ago, we had part-time APs, assistant principals, at the elementary schools. We brought them back, and when we did that, the Navajo and Tavon AP were put through part-time DSEG, and so this is really just aligning them with the other assistant principals at the elementary level. So that's an adjustment, and it's all within, that's within M&O, it's just moving it from DSEG over to regular M&O. And then the last two there for M&O, 2 behavioral specialists that we had done through ESSER, and again, because of the behavioral issues we see and the need for addressing behavioral issues, that was supported through behavioral data to go ahead and put that into M&O as well. The last change to M&O is we had started last year a stipend to our special needs teachers, special education teachers, for hard to fill stipends. And that is actually, I believe, $1,750 for our LRC and $4,000 for our specialized programs. And to be able to attract those teachers and to be in line with what other districts are doing, we felt it was important to continue to add that service and to be able to attract those teachers. So that was also in addition to the M&O budget from other funds. So the net of all of that is just over $1 million savings. Excuse me. As we looked at other areas and departments, we had a couple positions that were paid out of bond. And so we have reduced those positions as well. It's just over 2.74 positions. The bond money is really slowing down. We're phasing that out. And so those positions will have been eliminated. And then because ESSER does sunset in September, these are the ESSER positions that were still remaining. We had an admin on assignment that we're reducing, a fiscal support specialist, that was someone to help out with the ESSER grant and monitor the finances of that, an IT support specialist, a limited appointment support assistant, that was actually added for the Saguaro High School office. We had the SOL changes, which some of those were already eliminated earlier this year. So we eliminated the positions that were added, except for the 2 math and science positions for SOL. The math and reading specialists, and then we had done a lead social worker, and we felt it was important to move that to be in alignment with our other leads. So that actually is a reduction of FTE and will become a stipend like the other stipends are for our other lead teachers, and will be in the same alignment with that. So within ESSER, that is a reduction of $1.8 million. Like I said, we went to our departments and said we need you to find savings as well and where you can reduce costs. So within the indirect cost savings, we have 2 positions. One is in the finance department that we're eliminating, as well as the coordinator of strategic partnerships in the communications department. Within, this is Medicare, it's Medicaid savings. Again, we had 8 subs that had been placed in there. That was done because when we needed those permanent subs added, it wasn't part of the M&O budget. That was a cash account that we could use. And what we're finding with the Medicaid account is that the contracted services that we're having to do for the special ed programs have really exceeded what we can continue to do. So we're really looking at what are some things that we can move out of our Medicaid's program as the funds are becoming very limited. We're spending far more out of there than what we're receiving each year. So it was a reduction there, as well as we had a SPED coordinator position that we were funding from there. And then the last one being the district results-based funding. The schools still have their money with them. They have stayed there, but the district had a portion of that results-based funding. We, this year, were funding additional classrooms for pre-K at Navajo and Pima. Based on the enrollment there, it'll go down to just one class at each of those, but if additional classes are needed and warranted based off of enrollment, we can add those. It would just be run through the community school program, not through district results-based funding. Let me actually go back before I hit that slide. So with all of that together, there is 81.7 FTE from the school sites that are being reduced, and then 10.14 FTE from the district level that is reduced. As we look at the M&O budget, like I said, we anticipate the ADM to go down, which means our student weight count will go down about 400. We anticipate 414. Base levels increased at 2%, so that's about $98 additional. With those changes, it really ends up in a result change from our current budget of $684,000, which doesn't leave a whole lot to be able to do much with. But when you combine that with the M&O savings that are presented earlier, the $1.2 million, and then we did reduce some expenses in the indirect cost cash account, combining those two gives us a net result of $1.7 million, of which we met with the IBN groups and talked about what could we potentially do with the additional funds that we have. Left it with them to come up with different options as to what they would like to do, or we put them in groups to talk about what that would look like. And the recommendation from that meeting was to do a 1% raise, which was $1.4 million. Additionally, we had some stipends for new athletic programs that were added this year. Those need to go into M&O so that we don't cause any inequities. So that's about $43,000, almost $44,000. We realized that we had inadvertently left off a stipend for National Honor Society. So we had a stipend for an NJHS, we just didn't have it for Honor Society. So we'd like to correct that error, and that's about $17,000. And then this last year that feeds into this is there was a change in how the chart of accounts, which is tells us how we have to code things, that took place to align school districts with governmental entities. And within that change, previously, like if you bought a capital software, you could code the support or maintenance for that software to capital as one full unit. You now have to code the maintenance and support for those items, for those capital software purchases, to M&O as a maintenance. So with that, that's about a $225,000 impact of things that had been coded in a different fund that we now have to move over to M&O. So all that combined leaves a little bit, but at least it is in the black instead of in the red with the M&O budget. This next slide takes a look at what the 1% increase by group would look like. Certified being $993,000, classified being $297,000, almost $298,000, administrative $135,000, almost $136,000. Substitutes, as we wanted to make sure that we increased their daily rate as well when we increase our staff rates, about $25,000. And then last year, one of the requests from the athletics and extracurricular areas, Nathan Slater and Michelle Irvin, was that when we increased salaries, we also include the stipend areas to see those same rate increases. So with that, it would be about a $20,000, almost $21,000. Additionally, and this was approved last year, certified employees will continue to receive the additional compensation based on continual years of service with the district. That's funded through the Classroom Site Fund. So we'll continue with that payment. That is for 0 to 8 years. $1,650, 9 to 14 years, $2,500, and 15 plus years, $4,500. Just taking a look at the history of the salary increases over the last 5 years, I think we've made huge strides, and I think the state was really good to districts and said we need to put more into K-12 at public education. So this just looks, we've made, I think, some really great strides the last couple of years on what we've been able to do for increases. Unfortunately, we're at a point where the funding from the state isn't able to continue at the same level that it has been for the last couple of years. But we're trying to work through that, and hopefully after this year, it will look a little better. And then previously, the board approved a 1,000 per FTE prorated by FTE stipend for employees that will take place in October. And then this just looks, one of the questions that has been brought up had to do with student supports and the fact that some of the ESSER monies were going to student supports. And what we really wanted to take a look at is what were we doing before ESSER and what can we still continue to do? And I'm hoping that link will work. Or I'll let Jonathan drive and he can. As he's bringing that up, what it took a look at is what are the additional supports that are out there from the schools, not including ESSER, which we knew was sunsetting, and not including results-based funding, because again, that is not something that we'll be able to sustain much longer than a year, if that. And it took a look at, if you took teachers out of the what is at a school, what are the things that are out there? So like Title I schools receive an instructional support teacher to help with reading and math interventions. A lot of the schools have additional classified supports that are there designed to provide additional supports for reading and math at those school levels. And so even though we are reducing the FTE or recommending the reduction of FTE through ESSER because those funds are sunsetting, what that really shows, and I hope the board was able to see it, is that we do have a lot of supports at all of our schools, and even more so at our Title I schools, our schools that need a little bit additional support. In addition, and if need be, I know Dr. Benson has been working with her team as well to look at what are even some of the other funds we have outside of M&O, be it through DSEG or Indian Gaming Funds, to look at what are supports that we could provide and add to what's already provided for the schools. And then the last one on there took a look at what are the changes that have happened at the district office level in the last few years, and positions that were there in 2020 that may have been eliminated, but really what it showed was what's been eliminated that was there in 2020 and is no longer there for this current school year, as well as the reductions that we've brought forth here, bringing it down another 10 FTE. So really those two additional supports were to show what do we have at the schools to help out with reading and math, but also to look at what's been out there for district supports and where have things changed at the district office. So while Jonathan is working on that, which may or may not be able to bring that up, the last part is just what are the next steps? We have continued and will continue to go through every single position, program, services. We're looking at what are our highest contracts, what could be done differently with them, could we find some savings in some of those areas, Do we need to realign and reassess some of the supports? Oh, here we go. Some of the supports at the schools. Thank you. So what this took a look at is within each school, some schools do receive gifts and donations in which their PTOs donate money to help with classified positions or classified like positions. We have IDEA, which is the SPED grant, M&O DSEG, SPED, Medicaid, Title I, and then the social worker grant. And it really just looks at, when you take a look at the school, what are the additional supports that you see at our schools? And as you can see, a lot of them have instructional resource assistants, instructional support assistants, ELD teachers, gifted teachers, social workers. I'm going to scroll down to a Title I school has an instructional specialist that's there to help with reading or math. I think at the elementary level that focuses a little bit more on reading, but it kind of details what are the different supports that are out there that are not results-based or ESSER funded. And then, are you able to bring up the other? Thank you. And then this just takes a look at the district level positions by department that have been out there. Like I said, we're within the bonds and related funds, we'll be reducing about 2.7. Businesses stayed the same, but it's going to go down in finance by 1. Communications has 1. So some departments have increased by 1 or 2, others have decreased. Some departments have had like an executive director that changed to a director of teaching, a lower administrative level. But without or throughout all of those, and the net of 10 reduction for this year, it would be a net change of reduction of 5 throughout the district offices. And I'm gonna escape out of there, I hope, and go back to the PowerPoint. So like I said, with next steps, we've gone through budgets, we're continuing to go through budgets, we're continuing to look at the cash accounts, some of the other areas like IGF and Indian Game Fund and DSEG to see what could be realigned to be able to provide additional supports at the schools, or if there's any additional savings that are out there. But we really, for the purposes of this tonight, was to look at what do we have as a possibility so that we could get those teacher contracts out to our staff. Staffing ratios for the classified and administrative sites, we're still working on those with the respective groups, IBN groups, and so we will have that for the board later this spring. And then in June, we'll have the proposed budget, the public hearing, and adopted budget for governing board approval. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
And before we take questions, Shannon, is it possible if we could please post these documents as separate files into board docs rather than trying to rely on those links, just in case there's a disconnect?
I think that's something we can do.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Board members, any questions? Ms. Sanowski.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Hartwells. Shannon, do we have clearly defined and consistently followed universal method of determining those currently unplaced or surplus, is what we refer to humans as, teachers for the 24-25 school year?
I'm gonna phone a friend and call up HR, Dr. Lugo, on that process.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the Governing Board, and thank you, Board Member Sanowski, for your question. So when different teachers are placed on a surplus list, and please know that surplus is different than reduction in force or RIF list. It's typically by looking at the enrollment at the site and where the reduction needs to occur. And then in the elementary grades, they're using the higher date, but the policy GCK also talks about the program needs of the site. So in the middle schools and high schools, oftentimes the course schedule and the program needs dictate that. When we find that there's a need to have a teacher reassigned to a different site, a email goes to the employee, and typically the notification has been already made verbally at the site with the staffing sheets to the employee directly from the site administration. Then we look at their preference. We request what location or areas. Some people live in Cave Creek. They want to work at a northern school. Some people live in Tempe, but also looking at their certification and their needs. And then we work on the Rubrik's Cube to try to match the needs of the site and the district with the needs of the employee. The most difficult matchings are those when somebody is surplused only a portion of their contract. So they might have a 1.0 originally at Arcadia, but the course schedule dictates that there's only so many classes, so 0.4 is surplused, and then we are trying to find a home for a portion of that contract.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear with my question, my line of questioning. I'm wondering if district-wide we have a consistent practice of determining who on a particular campus is determined as surplus. So they are not needed on that campus. Is that the same practice followed on every campus of determining whether someone needs to go to a different campus or not?
Based on enrollment, the needs of the site, that's the way it's determined.
So based on enrollment and the needs of the site? Okay. So you're saying there is consistency of practice throughout our district?
I would say it's consistent, but different sites have different needs.
Sure. Okay. But there is some, I'm getting at this, okay? Because when I get messages as a governing board member from employees feeling like they shouldn't be the first one out the door because they've been there longer than someone else who may provide some perceived different benefit to the campus. And it doesn't seem from what the information that's been shared with me, that it's not a consistent practice. It's pretty up to the site administrator, possibly, rather than there's a practice that we follow in SUSD for transfers.
Madam President, members of the Governing Board, so I've been assisting Dr. Lugo in the Human Resources Department with both the concerns regarding some of the reductions that you saw in Shannon Crocher's presentation, as well as the surplusing issue. You have an established policy, Governing Board Policy GCK, that governs what I would call involuntary transfers of employees, and you also have language within your contract documents that permits that. To your point, Ms. Sanowski, when you're looking at program needs, it is going to differ. So they are, the HR team and the sites are trying to use those established criteria of hire date when all things being equal, but all things aren't equal when you're looking at what the program needs of each campus is. So it may be that someone is removed from a campus because even with they have more tenure at the site, if the determination for that transfer is based on what the program needs were.
I think I just need to back away from this question because I do understand transfer process, and I do understand that there should be, according to our policy, a system that we have in determining employment transfers throughout the district. I question whether, and maybe it's a rhetorical question at this point, I question whether we are following a clearly defined and understood process throughout our district for this, because it can be very upsetting to an employee to be placed on surplus not knowing their destiny. And I think when we do that, I think that's disrespectful to our employees. I know we need to have an analysis of our needs. But, you know, we heard last board meeting from members of a particular community in our district, teachers, that all taught the same thing, and they were feeling like those decisions to remove reading specialists was already predetermined, yet we see in data tonight that there are reading specialist positions that hadn't been filled, and now we're considering that was what we have found. You know, we analyze our efficiencies and hopefully we're budgeting our priorities, but if we're finding money, I don't think that's a good practice. I feel like we should know where every penny is, and we should have a very accurate system on determining whether we're showing respect to a teacher or support staff and sharing with them what their job assignment is going to be for the next school year.
Board Member Osanowski, I don't think it's that we don't know where money is. It's a question of looking at, are there ways to be able to provide a service that is maybe the same service, but at a lower cost? Are there ways to address the positions that we have out there and repurpose them in a way that's more meaningful for the school itself, as every school is different? And so it's going through the supports and the resources that we have out there and continually looking to see where we can find additional savings. One of the things we've been doing with optimized resources and the software that we just purchased is looking at what is the utilization of our software that's out there. And if we're buying license, let's not continue to buy license if they're not being utilized. That's where we're looking at where are there other savings out there to find additional resources to be able to provide more for our schools and our staff.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I feel like I'm miscommunicating my objective here tonight, and that is that we need to be consistent with our practices. We need to communicate what our practices are, and I think when we talk about eliminating teacher positions, I can't imagine that elementary school, those teachers that were here last week or last board meeting, I can't imagine that elementary school needing fewer reading specialists. Dr. Benson, go ahead.
I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
Since reading specialists have surfaced a couple of times, wanted to hop in and help out our Shannon with that. First of all, just wanted to pause and value the contributions of everybody that we've been talking about tonight, and these are hard conversations, and I'm so grateful for the enormous efforts of many to avoid a rift in our district and to be thoughtful about this process moving forward. So with respect to the reading and math specialists, we do have quite a few positions that are also providing reading and math support across our district. The title reading specialists will continue. I think there's been some confusion about that, and in part that's smart leadership in aligning our resources. If we were lucky enough to have a Title I reading specialist at our campus, and we were also lucky enough to get an ESSER person assigning the reading support to the person that had likely the most capacity to make the biggest impact on students, there's autonomy for that, and that's a good thing. So we, in reviewing budgets, to give an example, we are committed to providing more reading and math support moving forward. So I want to make sure that that's clear too. We all share that same goal. We want to have more targeted and seek even better impact across the district in terms of the outcome of our reading and math interventions. So we have, in reviewing a couple of our budgets, found over 20 classified positions that are supporting different areas across our schools that we believe can help us out, retool some of that or repurpose or get with groups of people and talk through what's working, what's not, and how can we target that support to have the most impact across our campuses. We also know, because we've had at least 16 FTE beyond the ESSER reading and math specialists that have reading and math in their title, if we weren't going to surplus those in ESSER, we have to, in essence, take all of those teachers that have reading and math in their title that are not the certified classroom teacher and unassign and likely get to a RIF with that. So we were trying really hard to only impact as a first start those that we've communicated that this funding is going away. That group of people did exactly what ESSER dollars are supposed to do, and that they were intended to provide an additional layer of support to make up learning loss. So we know we've got about 15 positions beyond ESSER, and that's not counting our results-based positions. In many cases, we've had very smart leadership that's didn't expend all of their site-based resources, and they're continuing their math or reading specialists for another year and sometimes even 2. So we have that layer going on too. So coordinating all of that and working with our leaders, we've learned we love additional FTE, but some of our site leaders have said most effective is tutoring. We know secondary, that the secondary support, high-impact tutoring multiple times a week with a qualified person is very effective. And so we've had our sites say, if we're going to talk about what's effective, let's have that on the table too. And we've had other leaders say, biggest bang for our buck is the instructional digital resource tool that we've got kids on every single day. We've got some good numbers on one of our tools that we're using for Tier 3 in ELA. So those areas, very complex. We're meeting about that and hope to offer our sites a little bit of choice moving forward based on evidence of what we know that works. I'm meeting with all the math, and I've invited all the math and reading specialists to optional Teams meetings, 3 more at the end of this week. Have met with one in person, learned, so grateful for the time shared with me, learned about how we might restructure this moving forward. So want to listen to all of them about how we might do this, but again, that we've surplused and tucked in all but, I think we have 2.5s left at this time, so we've not lost any of our teachers that we're serving in that capacity. Very complex conversation, wanted to invite the thinking and offer some choice based on where we're seeing some evidence of really effective intervention beyond FTE, and taking a look at 20-some positions that likely we can learn from what we've been doing and think about how we can restructure their supports moving forward in conjunction with our MTSS team that's bringing forward those recommendations for tiers 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. President Hartwells, may I continue? Thank you. Okay, Shannon, help me understand then why we have 11.6 reading and math specialists considered as ESSER reductions.
Those positions are currently sitting in ESSER. They are paid through ESSER, and so because those dollars are sunsetting, and we will not have them past September, those have been considered reductions. If we can find additional funds in other areas, then that FTE could be added in a different area. But because ESSER, we no longer will have ESSER funds, that was added as a COVID support. That's why it's listed under ESSER reductions.
Can you quickly tell me how many of those positions were not filled? Because it states that on your.
I'm sorry, I do not know off the top of my head how many
That's
are.
fine. Just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanowski. Vice President Lindsay.
Is there a point system used for surplusing?
Thank you, Vice President Lindsay. There is not a point system used for surplusing. The point system is for the reduction in force. That is a different system. So surplusing is just reassigning and in alignment with policy GCK.
Because I was told the other day there was a point system, and for example, if a teacher wasn't doing additional responsibilities, they weren't earning those points, and they could be surplused.
So that information that you received was inaccurate if the teacher was surplused. If the teacher, and the only RIF that we gave notification of a potential RIF is for social workers, because we needed to reduce 5. We reduced through natural attrition, actually 3, and have 2 only remaining on the surplus.
So when you say the needs of the site, the communication that went out to teachers said, district hire date will be used for determining surplus staff. If needed, the date of placement in current position will be used. Nothing says the needs of the site. So how is the needs of the site determined? And how is that communicated to the teachers?
Yeah, and so thank you for pointing out the communication could be tighter, and we'll continue to make that tighter for next year. The needs of the site are programmatic needs, and it really did not speak to middle school and high school, because if you're looking at different programs, math classes, science classes, elective courses, sports in that area.
So somebody who's brand new, but they coach, could take precedent over someone who had been there for 12 plus years doing the same thing.
That could be considered a business reason, yes.
Interesting. I had asked almost a week and a half ago for the data on surplus positions based on site. Never got that. I don't understand why, because I'm sure it's on a spreadsheet. Would have been helpful to see that. And then another one, there may be a new position added at some point at the district level. We've all been told that that would happen through cost neutral. Do we know how that would happen if contracts are going out?
So I'll respond to a couple of those things and appreciate the question, Vice President Lindsay. The first question is that we have preliminary surplusing data based on enrollment projections that we have. And this is a conversation that happens every year between human resources and the buildings. And that number can be fluid. And so we will have that information available to send to the governing board. But in order to be ready for tonight's meeting, the larger M&O budget, this is a tentative approval based on where we are at the present moment. It's not the final budget because things are still shifting. So we will provide that information, but I'll also caution that that number will shift. So it's based on what the enrollment projections were and a conversation that HR has with the building principals to ask the question about programmatic needs that may not have been considered. It's my error in talking about and confusing the purple points and the process for surplusing. I misspoke on that because when I was listening to the conversations, I conflated the two, so that was me. And I'll own that and appreciate you clarifying this evening. With respect to the question on any other position on the organizational structure, one, we have not made any recommendations. Dr. Benson and I always are looking at what is the most efficient way to utilize the staff that we have. If and when there are vacancies that occur, we ask, can and should we structure something differently in order to best meet the needs of the district? Because we don't have a recommendation, but we do have ongoing conversations, we're not prepared to bring something forward. And the commitment that was made in the email that went to the governing board is that if we do make a recommended change, the commitment is to make it budget neutral given where we are at the present time, not to have an additional cost associated with the administration.
Is there HR oversight that prevents, say, a principal with declining enrollment adding an additional teaching position of whatever subject when they haven't lost any teachers, which then may create overstaffing?
So there is HR oversight on the staffing allocations at the sites. The complexity of course schedules is not something that HR would take a deep dive into. It's a basic here, and it's a little bit different elementary, middle, and high school. It gets rather complex, but it's a basic formula calculation for elementary based on class size targets and ratios, which also goes to the middle and high school. The middle and high schools have a factor in there for special areas, and those special areas are allocated by the course schedule and by the needs of the site. In all of that, there are competing factors, such as the arts. So if there's only a 0.25 strings teacher and that person's going to 4 different sites and hasn't built up a program, that might be something that's cut, but that's not in alignment with the district's values of providing a well-rounded education. So there's some competing issues that make this very complex. I know I've had conversations with Michelle Irvin and Margaret Cerna about possibly getting together over the summer and scheduling out some time to see how can we do some of those ratios for those elective programs so that we're not shortchanging children and making sure that we're providing the education they need and taking care of our teachers, that they're not going around 4 different campuses.
I'm just concerned of situations where there's a new position created. That position creates overstaffing. Surplus has to happen because of that. And another teacher, through no fault of their own, gets surplused because that was allowed to happen. So, thanks.
Ms. Warner.
I think I'd like to start by saying that we're talking about human beings. We're talking about human beings who are front-facing with our students every day. And I think that everybody needs to be present to that as we're having these conversations. I have a few questions. Ms. Lugo, you mentioned that there was 5 social worker positions that were being reduced. Is that correct, or was that the guidance counselors?
Oh, I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay, so are any of the social worker positions being eliminated or
No,
surplused or moved?
The social workers may have some movement and transitions based on the grant funding, but they are not being surplused or reduced. I think we actually anticipate some openings for next year.
Oh, so you'll be adding social workers next year?
Not adding, but that they'll be vacant due to attrition.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to the guidance counselors, and I've heard concern from the community, and I'll also share as a parent, the guidance counselors were amazing in helping my own students. And sometimes I understand that we have ratios, and we'd like to go back to those, especially when there's movement. But we still want to do what's best for our students. And to eliminate some of these guidance counselor position, I think it's wrong because they do incredible work and their loads are pretty high. So to go to 1 to 330, is that correct?
375.
375.
So it's 1 to 375 that's in the agreement, which is actually lower than some of our competing districts.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned about our competing districts. I'm really concerned about our staff. So, I mean, that's incredible. So what is it now as, with the way that it is, with the 5 that you're trying to eliminate?
So the 5 will reduce it to 1 to 375.
Okay, so at the way that it has been this year, what was their ratio?
I would have to do that research and get back to you. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, I would like that. Thank you. You know, in support, so we had the brave teachers that came last meeting and spoke out about the math specialist. And I heard from other staff that, oh, there's so much support at Yavapai, which I appreciate. But if that support can't do what this math specialist does, then the support doesn't really mean anything, because Yavapai does need incredible support when it comes to math. And the learning loss is not closed as we had expected it to. So is that position being eliminated?
The position, the math position, the 0.5 out of ESSER has been eliminated at this time. That teacher has been offered a position in another school.
Okay, so that's really not fair to our Yavapai students, correct?
So that position has been eliminated due
So-
to the loss
so-
of ESSER funds.
So my point is that we're not doing what's best for kids, with our slogan being because kids. This budget, I had requested that we have a work study session for this meeting, prior to this meeting, because we are now thrown this budget that's messy. We have not gotten all the information we asked for, and the threat is so that our teachers can get their contracts, which is very important. But you guys have failed our teachers this time in our classified staff. The other thing with this is that the 1% raise that is coming in the next agenda item is included in this budget, correct?
Yes, Board Member Warner, that is anticipated in this budget.
Okay, so I'm actually going to make a motion to table this budget until we can get that sorted out, because the 1% budget is not equitable. It is completely unfair to our classified staff and our teachers. It's highly beneficial for our administrative staff. And I think that there was a failure in that negotiating team, and that we need to actually listen to our teachers. So I motion to table this budget until we can reconvene in the next few days with a better budget.
I want to add the request for a budget workshop was not able to be scheduled until March 26th, when everybody was available. And so we are having a special meeting on March 26th to cover actually a number of future agenda items that were asked for from February 13th, including budgeting. A clarification, the tentative approval this evening as item 8A is not a statutory required approval. Is that correct?
Board President Dr. Hartwells, it is not required.
Ms. Warner, are you finished with your questions, or are you still?
Actually, I'm going to add a question to that. So my motion stands, and I'm waiting for a second on that. So if it's not statutory, we can move on to this. We do not have to approve this today. Am I hearing that correctly?
That was the clarification I asked for. It's not required that we approve a tentative budget tonight. The goal of having a tentative budget, which is historical practice in Scottsdale Unified School District, is to give direction so that when the contracts go out by the end of the week before spring break, that the administration has direction, that they're doing so with confidence, that the commitments in those contracts can be realized. Now, the next agenda item, as you just identified, is the compensation, which is why it does need to pass. Otherwise, there will be no compensation increases in those contracts that go out.
So we're at a little bit of a crossroads, because from the communications that I'm hearing from our hands-on workers that work with our students every single day, they are not in support of the 1% increase. And this budget has been messy, and I don't think it serves our staff at all. And I understand now we're in a deadline because we have spring break next week. And I'm just really disappointed in how this has gone down, and you've really put us in a bad spot.
And I'll second the
Ms.
motion to table it, because like, I agree, we needed a study session to actually ask questions, and we have so many emails going back and forth, we don't have the proper information.
First, I'd like to comment that I want to thank the staff for being so responsive. There have been a lot of questions, and there has been a lot of data given to the board, so thank you. That has not been easy to put together, and everyone's exhausted. You can see it on your faces. Again, the special meeting to address some of the requests could not be scheduled until the end of this month in a few weeks. And we will do that. So we have a motion, a motion to table the action item 8A, tentative approval of maintenance and operation budget for fiscal year 2024 to 25, which has been moved and seconded. If there are no other questions or comments, we can go ahead and address the motion that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of tabling action item 8A, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Could we do a roll call so that I can hear this properly, please? Ms. Warner?
Aye.
Ms. Carney?
Aye.
Ms. Sanowski?
No.
Mr. Lindsay?
No.
And I vote no. That motion fails. I move to approve the action item 8A, tentative approval of maintenance and operations budget for fiscal year 2024-25. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lindsay seconds. All those in, we'll do a roll call again. Ms. Warner?
No.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Ms. Sanowski?
I'd like to explain my vote, please.
Certainly.
I think we can, these are the numbers, right? And that's really, this is a tentative approval of the maintenance and operation budget for next school year. With that, I think we've given a lot of information. The board has given you a lot of information tonight. And I want to suggest that we look more carefully at some of our other finance sources, which would be instructional improvement, the old 301, now Fund 10. I don't see that stuff showing up, as well as the DAA, and maybe it's blended in. I don't know, but that's what I would like. And so I would say, since it's a tentative approval, I'm going to vote yes on this.
Mr. Lindsay?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes 3-2. Thank you, Ms. Crozier. Yes, we're moving on to 8B. I'm not going to read it for fear of coughing into the microphone. Dr. Menzel.
All right, thank you, President Hartwells and members of the governing board. We have a belief here in Scottsdale that family responsibilities come first, and that is why I'm taking this item instead of Alexis Wilson. And I would say that as we look at the recommendation that's coming before you, there are a few foundational things that are important, including 8A that was just passed. It's a tentative approval because it sets some parameters that allows the board to proceed and the district confidently with the contracts that are offered to our employees. Pursuant to policy HA, which is a meet and confer agreement with our associations, we enter into what's known as interest-based negotiations. We have those conversations with representatives from the district and representatives from the 3 associations. When it comes to financials for the IBN process, given what we learned in the first year of IBN, there was a request to come together and have those conversations collectively rather than separately. The recommendation that was included in the governing board packet reflected that conversation, looking at the budget detail that had been shared by Shannon Crozier that the governing board had seen. Based on what we anticipate from the state, because they haven't approved their budget, we don't have any other indicators except for what's statutorily required and the fact that the state's looking at a $450 million deficit at the short end of that for the current year and an even larger deficit for the next budget year, and the historical trend data with respect to enrollment. So those factors are all included. And that's why the administration worked collectively to identify the impact of the elimination of ESSER funds, the impact of no RBF, and still trying to find a way to generate resources within the M&O budget to offer employees an increase. At the conclusion of the February 20th IBN meeting, if you think about consensus, there are 3 things that the members of the IBN process can do. They can thumbs up an agreement, they can go sideways, I can live with it, but I don't support it, or they can put a thumbs down. During that process on February 20th, and I was not in the room, this is what's been conveyed by the neutral third-party facilitator in the room, there were people who had thumbs down, and the conversation continued. By the time the vote happened at the end, and the recommendation came forward that you see tonight, all of the thumbs in the room were up. There were not even any sideways thumbs at the end. Is that correct, Dr. Benson?
I know that all of the thumbs were up. I don't remember if any were at the side, but there were 2 thumbs at the original pause that were down, so that's why we needed to pause and make sure we'd heard from them.
So that recommendation was formulated collectively. That is not to say that people felt like 1% was adequate. We don't believe that this reflects how we value our employees. It reflects a budget reality that we have. And the budget math is the budget math. We can't manufacture money unless we grow enrollment. That's where money comes from. Or unless the state decides that they want to invest more in public education. So that's the core recommendation here, and that was what was put forward as a result of the IBN process. What is included in the budget recommendation here, also already approved by the governing board, was the $1,000 stipend per FTE for all employees. So if you go back to slide 12 of Shannon's M&O presentation, you can see the historical adjustments. And there are a couple of things that I think are really important there. We have had percent increases since 2019-20, ranging from 2% to 6%. We've had increases in longevity payments. We've had differential increases so that the administrator percent was lower than the classified and certified percent, as a recognition that the percent for a higher compensated person generates more than the percent for a lower compensated. In 1 year, we had increases for classified staff that range between 8 and 47%. So when you look at how we have tried to accommodate those things, this year we had a both and. We said we've got $1,000 in one-time money that we can provide to full-time equivalents. That represents more to a lower compensated employee than it does to a higher compensated. So it's an equitable distribution of funds, and it's based on one-time money, so it wasn't put in the base. We also, the board approved money to help address the increasing cost of health insurance. Does it cover the full cost of the increase based on, as a self-funded district, all the costs that we've incurred? No, it doesn't. But it helps reduce the impact for our employees. Doesn't eliminate, but helps reduce. So the board had already approved that as an incremental step. The 1% was agreed to in IBN. In conversations, and the reason I asked Jennifer McLennan to be here this evening is because she has provided guidance and counseling since I arrived with respect to what can and needs to be in a contract that's issued and what adjustments can be made after. So our choices, and if you want to ask her questions, I'm sure she can answer that as well, but we either, when we issue a contract, that's the amount unless the state changes what's available, because then there's a trigger clause in the contract that says if the state provides more funding, then we can have a conversation about how to amend that. But if we issue contracts and then supplemental compensation, there's a question of gift of public funds. So some districts, in order to avoid that, issue contracts with no increases and offer the increases closer to the time that the budget's finally approved. The problem with that is that means you're reflecting a 0% increase in contracts that are given to employees before spring break. That doesn't feel very good. So the 1% came forward based on what we know in the budget. Changes have been recommended that will allow us to pay for it. What we've included as an option for the board's consideration that has a little bit of a risk element, but one that we think the board can take without jeopardizing our overall financial well-being in the upcoming year, is that you could add another 1% to that, and that would either be paid for by maintaining student enrollment, because if we don't lose, if we maintain, or I think, Shannon, if we're within 50 of where we are now, we could cover that additional 1%. Or if we don't have that, it could be a combination of carry forward and a reduction in the loss of students. So there are a number of other variables that could come into play. So the reason why that didn't come forward as a recommendation from IBN was because we didn't have a known certain funding source. And when you spend the one-time money, and carry forward is the equivalent of one-time money, that rate of change accelerates. And we saw that with the health insurance. 4 years ago, we had $40 million or something in that account, and now we're under 15. That's because the district fully subsidized the increased cost of the health care and did not pass any of those costs on to the employees in terms of the premium. It was owned and borne by the district. So what we're doing is trying to find a way to make an economic proposal that is fiscally responsible, that reflects the ability to do the both and, the $1,000 across the board and the 1%. That could be 2% if the board chooses to, and we just wanted to make sure that you are aware that that second percent would be one that is predicated, the funding source is either we maintain the enrollment that we have, which would be the best case scenario, or we spend down fund balance, but recognize that that could have a ripple effect in subsequent years. And what we want to do is to make sure that we take care of our employees in the here and now, but that we don't saddle a future board, future administration, future individuals at this table with significant cost reductions that are required because we've overspent what we have. And so that's the balancing act. The recommendation from IBN is 1%. The additional option in front of you is to add 1% to that so that the contracts that would go out to employees before Friday, but not tomorrow because it would be a change from what had been recommended initially, so it'd probably be Thursday, is that it could be 2% based on that potential for either maintaining enrollment or carry forward funds. There's also the potential that as we continue to review all of the aspects of the budget, we could find some cost savings. So as I've said in other conversations, and as Shannon knows, this is an ongoing process until we get the final budget, the hearing at the first meeting in June, and the adoption at the last meeting in June. And that's when the budgetary constraints are finalized. But from a contractual perspective for our certified staff, this is the recommendation, and willing to entertain questions.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. Are there questions or comments by board members? Ms. Carney.
Thank you. While I obviously agree with paying all of our staff who interface with our students and kids more, we've heard, I know as a board, we've heard from veteran longtime teachers. We heard from a couple during public comment tonight. I've heard from many myself personally that they're frustrated and they're disappointed in this 1% offering, as what they want and deserve is an increase in step on the salary schedule. So like the teacher spoke about tonight, if we're serious about retaining our veteran teachers and attracting new ones, we cannot freeze our employees at a step. These smaller payouts are not truly helping employees move on the salary schedule, and we've got to offer vertical movements for the teachers and staff, not 1% raises across the board. I'm struggling with the fact that we are giving district administration a 1% raise when you know, that's $83,000 to our highest paid employees, when we're also talking about you know, cutting positions of employees that work with our students. So I'm just disappointed in this. I think we've got to do better for our teachers, our staff, because what might be nice to a district administrator is not nice to our employee that's making $15, $17, $20 an hour. And so I think we've got to find a way to do better. And then I will end on, Dr. Menzel, I had asked you to send the board details on the employee compensation study that we are doing, but I haven't gotten any information on that. So if you could send the board details on this study so we can know what's going on with that, that would be great.
Ms. Carney, may I ask you a follow-up question to your comments?
Sure.
Are you proposing a quantitative change in what's been put forward tonight?
No.
No. Okay. Ms. Sanowski.
Thank you. First of all, I do not feel we can rely on the state to fix the mess that we're facing. Secondly, making an adjustment afterwards dependent upon student enrollment, which is really not directly in control of the teacher. So we're going to say to them, if we maintain enrollment, we'll pay you more. I don't like that at all. So I'm interested in hearing the other variable that was discussed earlier, potentially discussing this, the carry forward, because it's predicted at 10%. Can I make a proposal saying we will not exceed an amount of expending the carry forward?
So and Jennifer's going to help with some of this. So I would say, I want to be clear, there was no agreement at the IBN table for an enrollment bump in compensation. The second option for a percent was to say the potential to be able to pay for it is either if we maintain the number of students, well then you've generated enough M&O to cover it without having to rely on the carry forward. But in a worst case scenario, let's say you lose the 414 that were predicted, then you could use the carry forward. To your point, it's at 10% now. You could spend that down to cover that 1%. So we would have a known source of how we were going to cover that commitment for this coming year. It may have implications for future years, but we would know where it's coming from for this year.
Madam President, Ms. Sanowski, did Dr. Menzel answer your question? Because I think your question was, could you create some type of trigger language within the contract that would be a variable as to where the carry forward stood? Is that correct?
To spend up to a certain limit.
That's a very difficult concept to promote within the body of an employment contract. I have seen it. The paragraphs are about this long. I have seen it on one occasion, but I think the proposal before your district now is whether you want to move forward with the 1% that was approved by the IBN team, or whether you as the governing board want to increase that to a 2%, with the understanding that the differential that is currently not in your tentative maintenance and operation budget will either be made up by the carry forward numbers or by hopefully maintained student enrollment. If you were going to try to create some type of very specific contingency language based upon the level of funding in the carry forward, you would have to go back to approve new language in your contracts.
Which logistically wouldn't be possible to get the contracts out before the end of the week if we had to go back and reapprove contract language, because we've already done that.
Why would we not be able to do that before the end of the week?
Because it would take, you're not agendized to do that tonight.
To change the contract language?
Correct.
But if it's a matter of a number, that
Right.
number was not approved prior.
Right, so the package that's before you tonight is approving the compensation.
Understood. Okay, thank you. May I continue?
Yes, yes.
Real briefly?
Yes.
I came here prepared to say no on this 1% approval. I think families rely on the consistency of their dedicated teachers working with kids, showing up. I think all of us as governing board members have said we value teachers, we value our support staff, we value our employees of our district. I do not feel that a 1% increase is showing that respect to our professionals. If we can come up with a better amount, 2%, I could also be persuaded to approve of that, because I think it's important for us to put something in place here tonight. But otherwise, that's not going to be something. I understand our carry forward, and I don't think we need to be moving that along as high as a level that Scottsdale does. And
Ms. Sanowski, are you proposing a quantitative change to
I am
what's?
proposing a quantitative change to 2% compensation increase. And I'd like it to be known that if money does become available again, that we re-examine this for distribution to our employees. If there are savings somewhere along the way, that we look at that and it gets properly distributed to our employees. I did not choose to be in this position as a governing board member to do anything other than fund our employees and our priorities as a public school district. And, if we can't, as elected officials, all of us here, stand for our employees, then I don't know why we were elected. So I'd like to propose that we offer a 2% pay increase to this item tonight.
Is that a formal motion?
It is. Is there a second?
Is there a second for Ms. Sanowski's motion?
Could I ask a question about the motion?
Yeah. Mr. Lindsay, were you going to comment or a second? Okay, all right. Ms. Carney, yes, by all means.
So I just wanted to confirm, so with the 2% increase, you are for 2% increase for district administration as well?
Through the chair, Board Member Carney, I
Sanowski, yes.
am not a big fan of percentage increases for that reason. As you explained that earlier, it continues to create greater disparity in compensation, and someone spoke tonight about the wage compression issue, and I don't know how we get ahead of it. We've done some creative things the prior board has done in the past, but to answer that question, yes, that would. I value all of our employees. If they're supporting student instruction, they should be employees of our district. If they're not, they shouldn't be employees of our district, and that's kind of how I see it.
Can I add to that?
Ms. Warner?
Yes. So I have 2 questions. Why is it that this percent is not, that those funds are turn towards the steps that our staff wants.
Maybe Dr. Menzel can address the steps question since it's come up a few times.
Yeah, so I do want to address that and maybe spend a little bit of time talking about what steps are, what they've been historically, and what happened last year through IBN. So historically, when you think about steps, whether it's in Arizona or other states, you would have a salary schedule, BA, BA plus certain degrees, MA, up to PhD. And then you would have steps that represented theoretically years of experience. And you might have steps that go up to 11 or 12 or 13. And then, so people would get a step increase, which is a pay increase. And the district would look at, can we increase the overall base? So there's a two-step process there. So you might see a 3 or 4% increase because you got a step and you got a 2% or something like that. What happened in Scottsdale before I got here was that there was a decision made to cut the first 7 steps or something from the schedule. That created a ripple effect that resulted in some of the stories that you've heard. People who were at step 8 were getting paid the same as someone who just got hired. The rationale behind it, as I understand it, was our starting salary was so low we couldn't attract people. So you move them up. I don't know that they fully thought through what the ripple effect would be. And so what happened in the bargaining process last year was the conversation about because you can't a la carte fix for every employee. You can't fix all of the years of freezes when the state had no money and we were in a deep recession. Although we'd like to, there's just no ability to do that and maintain class sizes and fund the other priorities. So what happened at IBN last year was a restructuring of the schedule. So we don't have steps like they used to be configured. Instead, what we have are those bands where you're on the schedule, you increase the base, and then from 1 to 8 years, you get $1,650 added to your compensation. From 9 to 14, you get $2,500, and from 15 and beyond, the people who've been here the longest, there's $4,500. That money, those bands, that's paid for from the classroom site fund, correct, Shannon? So that's how we were able to pay for that, and that was the attempt to remedy this problem of lopping off the first 8 steps. So people who go from year 8 to 9 go from an additional $1,650 in their paycheck to $2,500. When they go from 14 to 15, they go from $2,500 to $4,500. So that part has been built in through Classroom Site Fund. What I don't know, Ms. McLennan, is if we have enough money in Classroom Site Fund, can those amounts and those bands be adjusted for next year, separate from this % increase in the contract?
So if the band increase isn't a supplemental pay, which I believe it is, then you could adjust the supplemental pay.
So to clarify, the funds that this 1% is coming from could go to the band.
No. Correct.
So the band is funded out of Classroom Site Fund, which
Okay,
used
so
to
the
be called
staff.
301. So the 1% is coming out of M&O,
Okay.
not coming out of the Classroom Site Fund.
Also, the classroom site funds are restricted.
No, I
So-
understood. But the challenge is that our frontline workers, the ones that are with our students every day, want an increase in their step. And we're not giving them this here. And so the problem I would like to see solved is how do we take those funds and put them into a step? Because while I agree with the 2% and taking all of those funds, it's not equitable to have over $3,000 going to this line over here, and then you have the people who are with our kids every day getting $500, $600. I mean, it's just not equitable. It's not even, it's completely unfair. So how do we word this so that or, you know, does the IBN team need to go back to the drawing board? Or, you know, are we able to make a change here today that is more equitable to our staff instead of having our front line over here getting over $3,000 in a raise and our teachers don't and our classifieds don't?
Ms. Warner, I think we're going to have Ms. Crozier try to respond to you as opposed to Ms.
Sure,
McLennan.
thank you.
Thank you. Great question. So the additional years of compensation pay that's done through the Classroom Site Fund is done on a supplemental. My understanding is that we can adjust that because it's not part of the base. It's not on their salary schedule. It's something that's in addition to it. We don't get the amount so to be able to sustain those funds, we were going off of what was the prior year, so that if something happened, because it is based off of state revenue, that we'd be able to continue it on. We don't know what the amount is going to be for next year until we get a little bit further into the spring. So we could always go back and look at, could we adjust those years of compensation pay to a higher amount once we kind of have a better idea of what those dollars look like, and can we sustain that forecasting out future-wise. We could not put that onto the base. There's a supplant issue within $301, so if we added that to the base, then that could create an issue for us that we'd have to then take out of that and put it over to M&O. But because this is additional compensation and it is on the stipend, we can add to that portion of it, if that makes sense.
Say that last part again.
So because this is the additional years of compensation, because it's a stipend, we could look at increasing that amount. We just can't put that additional support into the base as part of their contract, because that would create a supplant issue for us.
So what you're saying is this 1% is a stipend?
No, the 1% is on the base.
Okay.
The years of additional compensation that they receive based off of 0 to, I don't have it, 0 to 8.
0 to 8, 9 to 14.
9 to 14 and 14 plus. Those were based off of last year. We could look at increasing that dollar amount so that more would go into teachers and those that receive those $301. We could look at increasing that because that's a stipend, but we couldn't put that specifically into their base portion of it.
Can't put it in the base. It wouldn't be in the contract that's going forward. So the contract that gets issued this week would show the 2% increase that was on the floor. But to the question about could we add something more later, the answer is because that's a stipend and because it comes out of classroom site fund, it can't be used for administration. It can't be used for classified staff. It can only be used for the certified staff that meet the requirements of the state restrictions. But that can be changed. It's not subject to the same restrictions that if you were to schedule a contract now and then try to add another 1% to base, you couldn't do. So this means that when we have more information about what to anticipate next year, the board can consider taking that $1,650, $2,500, and $4,500 and increasing it by X number of dollars based on what we anticipate coming in for next year to address some of those questions. So you could do more for teachers in addition to the 2% after we have additional information.
So how do we solve this today? It looks like there's 3 of us that are not in support of, number one, the percent-based raises and the amount that is going to the administrator level as opposed to what's going to our teachers and classified. So what are the other solutions besides across the board, 1% or 2%?
Well, at the moment, we do have a motion on the floor that does need a second to support a 2% increase in compensation to all staff, excluding Dr. Menzel.
No, not excluding.
I said excluding, yeah. Oh, sorry, I think I'm starting to sound a little stuffed up here. In terms of, so steps are not necessarily in place anymore in SUSD. It's instead the classroom site fund, stipends, or supplemental pay. Is that accurate, Ms. Crozier? We need to address the step issue.
As I understand it from Human Resources, the steps are not used
for teachers.
For teachers, yes.
Are no longer used?
Yes.
Okay. But the classroom site fund is something, and we will not be able to do that tonight when we're not scheduled for it. And 2, we don't know the number from the state yet. But that is something that we can go back to once that fact pattern is known, and we can revisit that stipend schedule and adjust it compared to what we had approved last year. And that would be different than, we can do that in a different meeting. And that is the vehicle that was used to replace the STEPS kind of legacy infrastructure that had been used in the past. Is that an accurate summary, Ms. Crozier?
President Hartwells, I was not in the SEA negotiations last year or interest-based. Last year, my understanding was that the years of additional compensation were to address the years where things were frozen and the beginning years lopped off, as well as addressing the step compression issue. So yes, I believe what you're saying would be accurate.
I'm trying to connect what you're saying with how we get there.
Yeah. May I?
Yes.
And then it appears that our staff is not aware of this, that they're no longer have these steps, based upon what I'm hearing.
I think that's an education issue then, in terms of more awareness around what the infrastructure is now and compared to what maybe it was, 5, 10 years ago. I don't know, Dr. Benson, you want to add something or no? Okay. All right. So agreed. I agree. We have been getting communications referring to steps, and so there does seem to be a little bit of a disconnect in what that means.
Madam President,
from
it may be
compensation.
that you all still have the step schedule in place, haven't done away with it, but that you have veered off of it to provide supplemental pay to the teachers, and I suspect that that's the case. So,
But if it's not being administered to, then it's moot.
so I mean, it definitely, that is worth more exploring. The proposal before you, based on my experience, when you're giving a step increase, that is going to cost more than the amount of money that the district has to spend. That's been my experience in the past. So I think that what you have before you is the 2% motion that was made by Ms. Sanowski.
And then alternatively, there is what's been proposed in the agenda from the district, which has not been moved on. So is there a second to Ms. Sanowski's proposal of a 2% compensation increase?
Second.
Vice President Lindsay has seconded. So that's the only motion on the floor. Are there any other motions that? I know. All right, we're going to do a roll call. Ms. Warner?
I'm going to explain my vote.
Okay.
It's actually been very educational evening, and as the staff that I talk with, they know I'm a huge proponent of ensuring that you all are paid your worth, because the way that it is right now, you definitely haven't been. I'm going to support this today. It's against my better judgment, but I do want to see your contracts go out and that you do get more pay, and I will make sure I get something on the agenda so we can change this in the future. So with that, I vote yes.
Ms. Carney?
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote. I just think it's very irresponsible of us to give our district administration a 2% increase when we're making cuts at our school sites. And so while I am for the 2% increase for our classified, certified, and our other hands-on staff, I'm a no on this.
Ms. Sanowski?
I have always vowed to direct funds as close to the impact on our students as possible. And I think this is a step in a better direction than when we came in here this evening. And yes, I agree, we can put on future agenda items the revisit to this band supplemental increase. And with that, I vote yes on the 2% increase.
Vice President Lindsay?
Yes.
And I vote yes, and I would like to thank everybody who's been involved in the IBM process and all of the staff across the board. I realize there's been some comments about a flat percent to everybody, excluding Dr. Menzel. That is what we've done since I've been on this board. And the comment was made that, we're dealing with humans, and we are dealing with humans in every employee classification role, right? In every role, including administration. So with that, that motion passes 4-1. All right, we are going to move on to our next action item. 8C, second reading and approval of policy JIH, student interviews, searches, and arrests. And Mr. Buzan?
Thank you. Good evening again, Governing Board. I think I'll have Jonathan drive. So this is the second read of JIH at the last, and I've sent the board by email all of the changes that were made in this black line. We discussed this at the last meeting, so I don't need to go over in depth the changes. Just to confirm, there was a lot of discussion about making sure interrogations was out and student interviews is in. That language has been replaced throughout JIH and also the exhibits. The original change underlined there was explained last time, but I'm ready to answer any questions on it. As far as the notice provision, there was a request to define reasonable efforts at last time. The reasonable efforts, the way it was defined, I defined it here for you. So a school administrator shall make reasonable efforts to notify the student, parent, or legal guardian of an interview request from law enforcement. And then the change would be reasonable efforts by school administrators means that the school administrator or designee will telephone the parent, legal guardian prior to the interview and will notify the parent, legal guardian via email or Parent Square. So that would be a dual notice definition of reasonable efforts if accepted. Later in that notice provision, there was also a request for if in the situation where a law enforcement officer is requesting to conduct an interview and they indicate to the administration that under the circumstances to their investigation that it would be inappropriate to notify parents first, that they then fill out a form and assume the responsibility of notifying the parents. And so the question was, what the board wanted was when that would be. So we included in there that the law enforcement agency would follow its policies and procedures, but would provide that notice no later than the close of business day on that of the interview. The changes here were explained last time and aren't different. I know that in the searches provision that a question was asked of Mr. Friedman to provide information on wands. He's still here and has provided that by email to the board. And then finally, in this section on written records of searches, I know President Hartwells, you had asked a question that you wanted it to say that the Director of Safety and Security or his designee was notified prior to conducting a search. I left in or immediately after the search is complete, and I wanted to explain that to you. The reason for that is the current policy, the way that's dealt with across all campuses, that administrators are actually the ones that are making the determination of reasonable suspicion. And so Mr. Friedman and I, after consideration, looked at what it would be like for each administrator to have to contact a staff security person to get their approval, essentially, or to notify them first, and we thought that that would be unreasonable. So I included immediately after the search is complete. And like I said, there are guidelines on searches. Currently, all of the decision-making over when a search is conducted is done by administrators and not by security personnel. So that's the reason I left that in there, but obviously, if you all want to change this, it is in your court. So those are the changes. Are there any questions?
Ms. Carney.
Thank you very much. I just have one request to change verbiage under notice. I don't believe it should read, should not read Parent Square, because that's a paid technology product that a future board may not be paying for or may not want. So I would like to see us remove that and instead say electronic communications. So.
Point taken.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Concerns about the proposed amendment? All right, very good. With that, I move to approve the action item 8C, second read and approval, policy JIH, student interviews, searches, and arrests. Is there a second? Oh, as amended, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Sanowski, seconds. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. And again, as amended. Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Thank you, Mr. Boozin. All right, we're moving on now to the last action item, 8D, approval of the Sex Ed Advisory Committee Charter. And Mr. Boozin, if you could stay at the lectern, that would be great for questions. I'd like to, since I had offered up some amendments that are shown in the black line, we could get that on the screen. That'd be great. Thank you. The recently formed Sex Education Board Committee, which was approved by the Governing Board on January 30th, 2024, and as required under policy BDE, as it's currently in effect, the Board Committee has put forward a recommendation for a charter within which it will operate. Through board docs, the Governing Board had access to that charter 1 week ago today, and on Friday, March 1st, Mr. Boozin provided to the Governing Board members an amended charter advising that board docs, and actually on that same day, in his email communication, advised that board docs contain 2 documents relating to the agenda item, specifically the charter adopted by the committee and an information sheet. He further advised, quote, "Another version of the charter will be added on Monday, attached, but I wanted to make sure you received it before the weekend," end quote. He goes on to highlight that a few of the grammatical and editorial amendments that were made to the original charter were recommended by the board, that were originally recommended by the board committee. But in that same email, he also indicated, and accurately so, that I requested amendments and that those suggested revisions were underlined, and you can see those on the screen. I hope that you've had a chance to take a look at those. They were predominantly operational in nature, and most of the other changes were cleanups from grammar. I also want to address, there was, my understanding is that there was an implementing regulation to board policy IHAMB that was included as a reference to a regulation that was otherwise overcome by events. The relevant board policy, however, IHAMB, to which that implementing regulation corresponded, and the presentation to the board on January 30th included reference to current laws that are now in effect. The implementing regulation that flows out of and down from current law, it just does. I mean, it doesn't matter if the regulation is out of date or not. Current Arizona revised statute is currently in the policy, and that was the policy that we worked under. That was the representations that were made on January 30th. And so the charter that's been amended here before you this evening also includes reference to laws and regulations that are currently in effect. So with that, I will open it up for questions, but I'm first going to move to approve the Sex Education Advisory Committee Charter as amended. And if we can hold off on comments for a second, or we can take a second and then move to comments before we vote.
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Sanowski, seconds. Ms. Carney.
I just have a comment, couple comments.
Sure.
Under 8D, under composition of the Sex Ed Committee, the last paragraph there, it's unnecessary to add the line saying, "and shall at all times adhere to the ethics outlined in Board Policy BCA, Board Ethics," as that is already stated in Section G, that committee members are to adhere to any values and ethics established by SUSD. So that's redundant and should be removed.
Can I comment? Policy BCA is board member ethics.
What?
Which is different than the reference in G, which.
How is it different? It says committee members are to adhere to any values and ethics established by SUSD.
Board policy BCA
Yep.
is directed to governing board members. The committee is not comprised of governing board members, the board committee. So different
Yes, there
cohort
are
of groups.
board members on the,
which is why
On the
the
committee.
statement was added that's specific to the governing board members only.
Okay, well, and then I would like to also have you define, under operational principles, the last paragraph, if you could define what you mean by meritorious communications.
So if somebody is communicating, I'm going to be 10 minutes late, maybe you shouldn't be required to have to share that with everybody. It's administrative filter. If there's something on the merits, then it should be shared. But the staff that is administering the committee, they don't need to share logistical things. Things come in that are not going to be like a change in venue or running late, kid's sick, I can't be there, those kinds of things.
Okay. I just don't understand why that language or why it's necessary, but those are my two comments, and since a motion's been made, I'd like to motion that we approve this minus the line of the added BCA in it.
So you're,
I'm amending
okay,
the
so
motion.
you'd like to make a new motion, okay, which you can go ahead and make, and then we can vote in the series that the motions have been put forward. So Ms. Carney, go ahead and complete your motion, please.
So I motion to approve the Sex Ed Committee Charter, deleting the section, the addition of the BCA ethics policy as it's redundant and isn't necessary for this.
On page 2 of 5.
So I'll
just-
second that, and I do have a comment.
Ms. Warner?
Yeah, I had no problem with this charter at all, but I do find the manner and the coordination of how you just skipped the comments and moved to a motion and then had comment, which we don't typically do, in poor taste and unprofessional. It's my comment.
Ms. Warner, I would just like to remind you of the meeting decorum. That's the second time you have maligned me personally. We have a motion on the table. We have two motions. We will take them in the order that they were moved and seconded. The first motion that was moved and seconded was to approve the Sex Education Advisory Committee Charter as amended and shown on the screen. We'll do a roll call, just to be clear. Ms. Warner?
No.
Ms. Carney?
No.
Ms. Sanowski?
Yes.
Mr. Lindsay?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That motion passes 3-2, which obviates the need for moving to the second motion. Thank you, Mr. Boozin. All right, with that, we're going to move to governing board reports. Do any board members have any governing board reports they'd like to share? Ms. Sanowski?
Sure. It's been quite a night. Appreciate everyone hanging in there while we work through some of these very challenging issues. Really just that, again, had the privilege of attending the district-wide Scholar Athlete banquet last night. That was exceptional. It was great to see such an emphasis by many of our athletes to be involved in the community at large, in addition to high scholarly challenges and also being top-level competitive athletes. So that was wonderful to go to. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Any other board members with reports? All right, and I would like to just close with congratulations to all of our district staff and students and their families on completing a third quarter by the end of the week of the school year, and the reward is 3 instructional days away. So like all of you, have been busy out in the community listening and learning, as I hope was evidenced this evening. I've been listening to you. Starting with the Desert Mountain Town Hall. Lots of good discussion around the International Baccalaureate Program, school safety, safe storage of firearms, effective communication strategies, and the Mandarin Immersion Program at the Desert Canyon Complex. All very positive, constructive conversation and appreciate everybody that attended. Ms. Carney attended as well. I was there, and then a number of our principals and some community members. So it was a good discussion. I also had the pleasure of presenting to a business roundtable a brag list of some of the faculty facilities projects that Mr. Rayler and his team are leading to grow and strengthen our community partnerships and add value to every member in Scottsdale. I joined Dr. Menzel and Ms. Sanowski last night at the Winter Sports Banquet. Congratulations to all the student athletes, the coaches, the athletic directors for their part in fostering a culture of sportsmanship, respect, and character. I also want to congratulate Pueblo Elementary on a very successful open house. I loved meeting the teachers, learning more about the mechanisms of implementing a school-wide Spanish immersion education. I got to see a first grade Spanish science book. That was very interesting. And I also scored my family some very yummy, no-calorie Girl Scout cookies for the Girl Scout troop. Also, I did not mention this at the last meeting, but in early February, I had visited Redfield Elementary's CGP second and third grade classes that are led by Mrs. Harper and Ms. Hahn. The students had celebrated their Kindness Day by writing letters filled with kindness to members of the board. And so I wanted to thank them personally. So I went over there to say thank you and bring some treats. And what I got was a very intelligent and inspiring Q&A with some very curious explorers. Our conversation ranged from magnetic poles to asynchronous rotations of the Earth and Moon to weather, and then we ended on civics. And I loved it. They were fantastic. Speaking of, and down the road, like a few days later, we had another example of civics integrated with kindness, and that was at Anasazi Elementary. Their school, all students and teachers participated in a civics and character project that culminated in a book, which I brought for the board members to take a look at. A book of gratitude that was prepared for us. And on that note, I'm going to invite all of you to celebrate Women's History Month by finding time to learn about the critical contributions of the many powerful women who have strengthened our communities, those sitting up here, over here, and by opening the doors of opportunity just a little wider for all of us. So I recognize that I stand on the shoulders of a lot of those women, and I am grateful. And I am grateful for all of you. And with that, we will move to future items. Do any board members have any future agenda items? I will note that I have already taken note of the classroom site fund adjustments and the STEP discussion that both Ms. Warner and Ms. Sanowski had asked for. Any other agenda items? Ms.
Yeah.
Warner, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I will, what you just stated is absolutely one of my items, so we'll make sure that happens. The other one is to have a discussion to allow tax credits to be used to pay coaches and extracurricular coaches, including fine arts, out of tax credits with no restriction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. Ms. Carney.
Thank you. First, need to start with a couple comments because I wasn't sure where to fit these in tonight. But I had a community member reach out saying that the Tuesday, March 26th meeting is not anywhere on the website, and that needs to
Yes.
go online.
We will get,
Okay.
since it
Well-
wasn't on the regular schedule and we've added it, okay, we'll get to it, but
Okay.
thanks for pointing that out, yes.
And then last meeting, I had asked for the teen town hall schedule, yet the board did not receive that, so I'm asking for the schedule again because I think it's important for us to hear and support the voices of our students if possible. And then for next agenda, I would like to revise policy KB, parental involvement in education, to include parental notification.
Ms. Carney, are you requesting that Mr. Boozin propose an amendment to policy KB, or would you like to propose language to him?
We've already met about it, along with Dr. Menzel, so we need to pick back up the conversation and meet again to do a first read on it.
So you already have a proposed amendment that's been submitted to staff? I'm just trying to clarify what the action.
We need to meet again to revise it. So
Who's we, the board, or you
no,
want to do that?
Mr. Boozin and I, and then Dr. Menzel.
So once that conversation is complete, then then we'll have a future item at that time that you've
I'll sub-
informed
I'll
or
submit the la-
proposed.
I'll submit the language.
All right, I want to get the mechanism correct. We get the
Okay,
date,
I'll submit the
time frame.
language, and then I'm asking for a first read on policy KB revision.
So amendments submitted to Dr. Menzel and Mr. Boozen. All right? So I will wait to get a trigger date when that's ready to go. Anything else, Ms. Carney?
No, thank you.
Ms. Sinowski?
I would like for this governing board to have the opportunity to revisit and then adjust our district classroom ratios to align with education effectiveness and research findings.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Sinowski? All right. Mr. Lindsay?
Learn about the grade check process as it pertains to policy JJJ.
Great. Mr. Lindsay, seems somewhat suitable for a B memo? Are you comfortable with that, or would you like that actually on an agenda item for a board meeting?
I guess it would depend on what the B memo
Content? Okay.
says, yep.
All right, we'll take a first cut on a B memo. All right, we'll go from there. All right, very good. Thank you very much for your proposals. I am going to request a review of policy BED-BA to determine if an amendment is advised to require requests from board members for information and/or future board agenda items to align with specific responsibilities of the board. And I had signaled this at the board retreat that this was something that I wanted to do. And if the council finds that amendment is advisable, then I would requesting that a proposed amendment be brought forward to the board at a near future board meeting. Okay. All right. Ms. Warner?
So I do remember you saying that, and my request aligns with attracting or training staff for the KPI.
Thank
So
you.
I wanna
Thank
honor
you very
that.
much. I appreciate that. All right, very good. We are now going to move to dates of upcoming meetings. This actually includes the community, actually our next kind of public happening here is a Learning Community Town Hall at Saguaro High School in the Innovation Center on Wednesday, March 20th at 6 p.m. And then scheduled here is the newly scheduled Tuesday, March 26, 2024, special governing board meeting at MDA at 6 p.m. And those, again, that content is going to be entirely future board request items that have come up in the past couple of board meetings. And then we'll have Tuesday, April 9th at 6 p.m., a regular governing board meeting here at Coronado High School, and followed by Tuesday, April 30th, 6 p.m., another special governing board meeting at the Mojave District Annex. If there are no further comments or questions before we adjourn, I'd like to thank Ms. Wagner for her fastidious note-taking and everything that you do to support our board. And with that, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Sinowski moved. A second? I second. All those in favor of adjourning the meeting, please say aye.
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 Aye. And with that, we are adjourned. Have a good evening, folks.